Hey everyone. I wanted to post this story up in hopes of explaining the horror that you can actually find on the dark web. Honestly, most of the things you find on the dark web aren't actually the horror movie cliché-laden websites that everyone seems to think they are. Most of the dark web is questionable or illegal adult content, people trying to buy medications illegally, and etc. If you're wanting something like what you see in the movies, you have to actually know where to look, as in, have the onion link. I'm not saying that those things don't exist, they just aren't easily or readily available. A lot of people tend to think that it's like a dark version of Google, where you can search for crazy stuff and be given results in a few moments. It's really not. Anyways, now that that's out of the way, I wanted to talk about a dark web experience that was honestly horrifying for my friends and I. This was several years ago, and I think we were 17 at that time. And we thought that we were hackers. I know, it sounds stupid, but the three of us were all about the nerdy crap Python, networking, and again, quote-unquote, hacking. I'll spare myself the embarrassment in explaining all of that, but just know that we knew our way around a computer. And naturally, the three of us gravitated towards places like Reddit and the 4chan and such. And I don't remember where we heard about the dark web, probably from a friend, the news, or on one of the aforementioned websites. But when we learned about the difference between surface web and dark web, our curiosity was piqued. We started looking into what it was, what was out there, and what we could do. And of course, we were enchanted with the hacker haven it was glorified to be. We thought we would get on there, look at some of the questionable sites, and be the coolest kids because we accessed content that others didn't know existed. So, we did what we had to do. Loaded up Tor, got information for some onion links, and got ready to have our minds blown. Of course, it ended up not being as interesting as we thought it was going to be. The sites were plain and bland. We saw a couple sites selling pills, others that we didn't even bother scrolling through because of the front pages, and a few webcam sites that we honestly weren't interested in. I think all of us were getting a bit disappointed in what we were finding, though I don't know what we were expecting to find really. I think we started just clicking through and going anywhere and everywhere we could get to. And looking back, this was a really stupid idea. After clicking around for a while, we ended up on a page that looked a little flashier than the others. I can't remember the name of the page, but I think it was something along the lines of "your choice" or something like that. And as we started on the home screen, the whole page looked like it was a site for a butcher shop. There were a number of pictures of meat slices and cuts all over the front page, explaining the quality and what seasoning went best with each piece. Unfortunately, I think you can all see where this is going. We ended up on a page where a list of cuts, and each of them had a diagram of a person, and the part where the meat came from was highlighted. Some of what was on the page was horribly graphic, so I won't explain it in this story. But you can imagine what all was there. One of the most disturbing parts of this website was its explanation on its sourcing. I recall it explaining that all packaging would be discreet and that they would include their own seasoning packet that would go best with what you choose. What's worse is that they explained that all of their meat was fresh and sourced on demand. They touted the fact that they had the ability to get everything when it was ordered. Obviously, we were freaked out by seeing this kind of meat. So we got off the site and pretty much immediately removed Tor. We all kept up our pursuits in the ID world, but I don't think any of us have ever been back to the dark web since. I found my enemy on the dark web. My friends have recently gotten into browsing the dark web. It was fun to log on and see what was on there, and we didn't really stumble on anything that was too weird. Well, not at the start anyway. We wanted to track down some friends we lost in touch with, and the usual places didn't work. Facebook, Instagram, and etc. Nothing. So we looked up their family members in order to try to find some clues. We felt like we were spies or something. It was amazing. We eventually found a site that was blank, except for a search bar text square. Above it said to enter any piece of information you had about the person, and it would dig it up. We didn't want to potentially endanger a friend or something, so we put in the old high school bully's name. It was typed in and then we pressed enter. It was searching, and it was pretty slow too. While we waited, we laughed and gossiped about how we imagined her looking now, and after a couple of minutes, the results came up and we were shocked at what we managed to find. We found some old phone numbers for her, some pictures of her throughout the years, and we all took pleasure in knowing that they had not been kind. We laughed and kept scrolling. It turned out that she had a rough couple of years, put on a lot of weight, and we were being toxic assholes. We kept scrolling until we saw something that we hated. There was a newspaper report that said that she had been murdered. And it changed the mood of the room, and instantly, we regretted how shitty we had been moments before. We kept scrolling and found pictures of her autopsy. It was gruesome seeing the process, and we finally stared at the screen. What the fuck did we stumble on? We kept scrolling and came to a video of her being strangled to death. She was kicking and screaming, trying to pull the electrical cords from around her neck while the masked man strangled her. She choked, and her face went from blue, and finally, she went still. 10:47. Did we just watch a snuff video? We hoped this was all fake. It didn't look fake, and we were all silent as we stared at the screen. It ruined the jokes, and we felt wrong being able to see that. We clicked away, all too ashamed to look at each other. We decided to search for her on the surface web, or Google, that sort of thing. And there were still the reports that she had been murdered and where her body had been found. And the murderer still hasn't been caught. I want to preface this story by saying that if you have any curiosity about the deep end or dark web, just get rid of it right now. If you're an everyday user and you aren't in the know of how onion routing, encryption, VPNs, and etc. work, then use stories like this one to satiate your curiosity. Don't start down the rabbit hole and don't dig any deeper than you need. That said, let's get into some backstory. I'm a tech nerd 100%. I'm the type of person that was ripping apart old PCs in the 80s and putting them back together, just to see what worked with what. Mind you, that was back when I was a kid. I learned about all the tech back then, and I took that passion into my adulthood. So I work in IT, if that wasn't obvious, and I know about a lot of what goes on out there on the net. Now, that's all well and good, but that's all surface web and surface tech level stuff. The question from here becomes, how does being a geek equal dark web horror story? Simple. I've been there. In fact, I've been there probably more than many of the stories that you've heard on this channel, and many others out there. I've seen quite a bit, and maybe I'll give you a few more stories in the future, but this one is one that I think is worth telling, mostly because it was honestly terrifying. Back when I was on the dark web frequently, there was one site that I used to venture towards frequently. Obviously, I'm not naming that site because as far as I know, it's still out there. This site was kind of a little dark web bazaar. You could buy pretty much anything and everything you could really want, and it wasn't terribly expensive. I used to buy things that were less than legal, and I even used to sell some stuff that was also less than legal. Honestly, this site had everything. Substances, weapons, stolen goods. If you wanted it, you can find it there. The dealers had their ratings that would pretty much tell you how reputable they were, and the higher the rating, the better the overall service or quality of what you've ordered. Think eBay rating but for drugs and other illegal stuff. One day, and one conversation sticks in my mind as probably the most memorable thing that ever happened while I was on the dark web and this particular sale site. I was browsing the content for the hell of it, seeing what was out there that I may have wanted to blow money on, and I saw an entry that was a bit strange. Girlfriend for sale. Honestly, I thought it was a joke. Maybe someone was selling their old silicone doll and wanted to have an eye-catching title. I went to the page and scrolled down to the description, and it didn't help any more than the title. It simply said, "Selling my girlfriend. Message for details." At this point, I felt like I had to message the person, so I did. And here's how the conversation went. I said, "I wanted to ask about your girlfriend for sale." He answered, "All right, what do you want to know?" I said, "Pretty much everything." He answered, "All right, she's 27, a bit on the thicker side. She has black hair, green eyes, and freckles." There was more information that he included here. He used other words to describe her body type, gave exact measurements, and went into a bit of personal details on her. I'm not going to put them here as I want to keep this story out of graphic territory. After he told me all of this, I obviously knew that it wasn't a sex doll. He was legitimately trying to sell a real person. And I wasn't sure what to do or say at this point, so I just said, "Go on." He continued, "Would you like to see her? It may make it easier to see if you're really interested." And I said okay. He then sent me a few pictures of this woman, tied up and gagged in his basement, and she looked exactly like he had explained. Her wrists were bound with duct tape, and she had a chain around her neck that looked to be connected to a concrete pillar in the basement. The look on her face was one of legitimate terror. You could tell that she had been crying excessively and that her hair was a mess. He sent me photos of her in what I'll describe as compromising situations and positions. And I won't get into the details, but honestly, it made me want to vomit. When I clicked on this entry on site, I was expecting it to be a joke, but these pictures and what he told me had me pretty certain that this was real, and that scared the hell out of me. Then he sent me another message. I have one other interested buyer that's offering $70,000 cash by next week. If you can get me at least 75, she's yours. I was so shocked that the only thing I could think to do was ask what her name was, to which he replied, "Sorry, I can't give out her name in case you would do something stupid like try to find her or contact the police." And I replied with, "Oh no, I wouldn't dare. I was just curious." His response to that chilled me to the bone. Good, because it wouldn't matter. There's no one that will miss her, and on paper, she's been dead for a month. I do what I can to make my transactions stress-free, and that includes my prospective buyers. I expect them to help me keep things stress-free, so please don't do anything stupid. He compounded this last sentence with a smiley face emoticon, which really added to the threat, to be honest. And I honestly had no idea what to say. I didn't know if this was legitimate or if it was a honeypot seller trying to arrest human traffickers. I just told him that I would try to get the money together, and if he didn't hear from me by that time, that the other seller came through, and that was fine. I didn't want to raise any alarms with this guy, regardless of who he really was. I really don't have much more to this story, other than to say that I have no idea what happened to her or the seller, and I didn't follow up, and I just kind of let the situation go. I know, this makes me an awful person and I've lost sleep over it, but I'm more hopeful that it was just a honeypot and that he was trying to lure me into being arrested more than actually trying to sell his girlfriend. My body was being sold on the dark web. I had just barely fallen asleep when I heard a crash coming from the floor below me. My eyes were heavy, and I stayed in bed waiting to see if any more noise was going to occur. After a few moments of silence, I convinced myself that the noise came from a dream and it happened to wake me up, like when you get a falling sensation as you drift off. Soon enough, I had fallen back asleep, but as my dreams drifted in and out of consciousness, I could feel a nagging pain that wrapped my hand. It was a hot intensity that persevered through every dream, and my body wanting to wake up, but unable to. As the dreams became distant fragments and my eyes opened as instructed by the morning sun, the pain that I felt in my dreams became all too real. My right hand rested on the blanket that covered me, a blanket that had become slick and saturated with a warm, sticky red. Pulling the covers off in a hurry, I was horrified to see what had been causing the pain that I was feeling. My left hand was wrapped in bandages that, much like my blanket, had become soaked in blood. On the left hand, my pinky and ring finger were just missing, and my mouth trembled as the guttural moans pressed out. I was starting to feel lightheaded from the blood loss, but I managed to call the emergency line. And soon enough, paramedics were carrying me out of my house and into an ambulance. Laying in the hospital bed, I explained what happened to the authorities, and they left to check my house for evidence of a break-in. and a few hours went by, and the sun started dipping past the horizon. There was only so long I could watch cable on the TV before my mind started wandering to what happened. I started wondering why someone would break in, why they would just take such a small part of me. As I started trying to piece it together, one of the doctors stepped into the room. One that I hadn't seen before. I eyed him with suspicion as he walked over to my IV bag and informed me that it was time to operate. Though no one I talked to before indicated that I would need surgery. My fingers were cut off so surgically that all they needed to do when I arrived was clean the wound and stitch it up. And before I could start to protest, the doctor put a new liquid into the IV bag, and in my panic, I reached to tear it out of my arm. But not used to only having 3 fingers, I fumbled for a moment, which gave the doctor enough time to restrain me. And all I could see was his stern expression as the liquid entered my body, and I started to feel lightheaded and eventually fell asleep. Once again, I was ushered into the waking world with a searing pain, one that had me arching my back and clutching my side. People were in the room, all muttering amongst themselves. My fingers ran over my skin until I could feel the familiar threading that had closed the wound on my hand. Stitches ran up my side and I could feel tears rolling out of my eyes. The doctor that I had seen when I first arrived, my actual doctor, started walking me through what had happened. Someone had snuck into the hospital. They even had the official clearance that got him into my room, though no one knows who it was, and the cameras seemed to malfunction whenever he would have been in view. Somehow, he waltzed through the hospital, drugged me, and then performed a surgery to remove my spleen. This was the same time that the cops informed me that nothing of value was missing from my home. It really was like someone broke in just to take my fingers. My thoughts were racing and I was struggling to put together a reason why. I could hear the cops muttering. I don't know if they knew that I could hear them or not. Apparently, I wasn't the only one this happened to. Not my exact circumstances, but cases like it were popping up all over. People would just be going through their day. They would get injected with something to make them pass out and keep them out. And when they woke up, they would have bits and pieces missing from them. I tried to keep my cool, tried not to let on how vulnerable I felt, but a shaking body betrayed my attempts. The cops and doctors agreed it was bizarre how in every case, the removal was so surgical, so much so that there was nothing else for the doctors to do to me. The procedure to remove my spleen went off without a hitch. With that, they said that they couldn't keep me much longer, as my insurance would be unwilling to pay. Despite what I had gone through, I was released by the end of the night. At the very least, I was promised that the police cars would patrol the block to make sure that no one was snooping around. I could see their headlights waft through the window throughout the night as I searched around the internet, going from one forum to the next, picking up whatever scraps I could. If it was happening to other people, I figured that there would be some info about it online. A lot of conversations led to the same place. Body parts being taken in shutty motel rooms and being sold has been going on for a long time. People just composited that within the dark web. The process is streamlined. I downloaded a client that allowed me to access such side of the internet and look through the listed sites. It took a while to get used to missing two of the fingers I typed with. Expected keys pressed down only to see no letters appearing. A phantom reminder. I tried searching for my name, but all that came up was my lingering social media. I went to some of the more nefarious sites I saw listed here and there. It was hard to tell what existed as some kind of weird joke and what was legitimate. Then I had the idea to download my Facebook profile picture and reverse image search it. It took a few pages of digging, but eventually I found it. A website had a low-quality image of that picture, and under it was information about me, along with a short image gallery. The fingers on my right hand covered my mouth as I attempted to keep down the swill bubbling in my stomach. I had to look away from the screen. The images of me laying in my bed, fingers freshly cut off, and the pictures of me unconscious in the hospital, blood still pouring from my side. They were too much. I barely made it to the trash can where I spilled my insides. Wet clumps of gritty hospital food smacked against the crumpled balls of paper. Cop headlights once again drove by, and I realized I needed evidence. As the headlights filled my room, I shuffled back to the computer, illuminated by the headlights. I read the page over again, throat still stinging from its recent evacuation. Under the photos was a list of body parts with monetary values assigned to them. Some of them already claimed. Fingers were worth $100 each, and my spleen was listed as $500. A small message rested at the bottom that read, "Don't be greedy. Keep them alive." The words almost made my head spin. "Them" was a clickable link, and when I did, I saw who it was referring to. Pages and pages of pictures sat on a grid, names listed under them, as well as how much value they still had left. The way it all came across, it was like a game to see who could collect the most pieces. Or, I don't know. It was sick. Clicking some of the other people revealed what was taken and how far these people were willing to go. Entire limbs had been removed, eyes, clumps of hair. Some people even had kidney stones listed. It seemed like as long as it wasn't fatal, it was fair game. Quickly, I saved the location of the site, writing it down in my phone's notepad so I could take it to the authorities. My body wanted to retch again, but as I moved back from the computer, I realized my room was still lit up. The headlights were still beaming through my window. Making my way over, I looked out at the stationary police car in my driveway. The driver's side door wide open, just beyond the tint of the window. I could see the faint outline of a slumped over body. My heart started racing, and just as I backed away from the window, a rag was placed over my face. With what I had been through, I managed to stop breathing in. I could tell the rag was wet, soaked in something to knock me out, no doubt. I decided to play pretend and let my body go limp. When the person placed me on the ground and removed the rag, I slowly let air drift into my lungs. Hopefully, they wouldn't see. A minute or two went by before I could feel a mass of chilled metal by my lips. Then, a soft pressing of lips against my cheek. I wanted to throw up, dump more sewage into the garbage can. The metal parted my lips and slipped inside. It was quickly apparent what this individual was there for. As the pliers closed around my teeth and started to tug, the pain quickly became too much and I had to make my move. I brought my knee as quickly as I could, landing it into their stomach. A low groan rang out of the man on top of me, and I reached to grab his wrist. He tried to keep pulling back, my tooth starting to give way. The pain caused my eyes to roll and my vision to get blurry. But I fought as hard as I could, but when I saw how hard he was pulling, I decided that if he wanted it, he could have it. Wasn't even worth as much as a finger was. I let my grip go, pulling my head back, letting the tooth rip free from my mouth as cleanly as it could. The searing agony was unkind, though. It did not reward my bravery. It felt like I was chewing on hot coals. The man was unable to adjust, though, and his body was thrown backwards. Using the heat running through my body, I howled, and I jumped on top of the man, spitting a glob of blood onto his face. The crimson smack and spread out, causing him to shut one of his eyes. The pliers that took my tooth quickly hit the side of my head, body falling over, and I landed hard next to my desk, and the man got to his knees, towering over me. He laughed, wiping my blood from his face, telling me, "I'm going to make a lot of money off of you." I thought of all the monetary values I had. He could take the rest of my fingers, my teeth, or just rip my leg off, as long as I was still alive. Reaching over, he grabbed the rag again and leaned in, seeing that I was defenseless. My body quaked, thinking about what I would wake up without. I wanted to throw up again. I could still smell my vomit in the trash can, and as the man got closer to me, my hand almost instinctively reached to the side and grabbed the trash can. Turning it over, I swiftly put it over the man's head. There was a distinct scream of disgust that rang out in the black plastic bell as my dinner dripped over his face. 6 shades of green and yellow carried by soaked pieces of paper. The world's grossest papier-mâché project. And before he could react, I pushed my fist forward, knocking it against the trash can and sending him falling backwards again. He reached out and tried to grab my left arm. His hand slipped, tried to gain purchase, and when he got to my fingers, there wasn't enough of them to grasp. Blood still frothing from my mouth, I heard my front door being kicked in. Bass-filled voices boomed into the room, and I would later discover that after the other officer failed to report, they sent backup. The man was just supposed to be in and out, knock me out, take a few teeth. He would have been gone before anyone else showed up. Instead, as they stormed the room, looks of concern washing over as they spotted me, he was still there. They restrained him, and as quick as he got in, he was escorted out of the house, kicking and screaming. Maybe it was the blood loss, maybe it was the shock, but the police officer that stayed behind told me that I couldn't stop smiling. Trails of blood pouring from my mouth, a dark gap from where the tooth was removed. And I just smiled at him. A smile that I'm still proud to wear. All the evidence was handed over, and I even got to keep my tooth. I was back at the hospital to treat any injuries I obtained, but I was quickly released back home, where I had mail. Walking inside, I opened the unmarked letter. A simple phrase, whether it was a warning or admiration, I don't know. Either way, the message told me they were watching me. A simple phrase. Don't be greedy. keep them alive. I actually bought a mystery box off the deep web by u/Grievier. One of the hottest trends on YouTube right now is ordering these random mystery boxes from complete strangers on the deep web and opening them on camera. I don't know why I didn't realize a clear majority of these videos are fake and staged for their scare factor. But I didn't. I thought it was a great idea and hopped on the bandwagon to claim my YouTube stardom that I desperately longed for. For those who don't know a lot about the deep web, it's simply a part of the internet that isn't accessible from your basic Chrome, Firefox, or Explorer search engines. You must download the encryption program Tor and the Tor browser for starters. It's not illegal to access this part of the internet, but since it's anonymous, a great deal of illegal actions happens there, and the possibilities are endless. I grabbed my laptop that I've had since I graduated in 2011, and I downloaded the required programs. I prefer to use my laptop over my desktop in case of viruses and such, and my 7-year-old laptop is a little more disposable. I had a little Bitcoin phase a few years ago when it was blowing up, so I had a little saved already. It wasn't much, only 0.1 Bitcoin, which translates to roughly 632 USD, but it was enough for what I was looking for. After the downloads were finished, I opened the browser and started my journey at the Hidden Wiki website. They provide a lot of useful links to get you started on the deep web. I scrolled through the warnings and the gist of what it was, and I found the links that I was looking for. Almost forgot, I muttered to myself as I grabbed the duct tape from my desk drawer. I cut a tiny square piece off the end and placed it over my webcam. Call me paranoid, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. I clicked on the first link and waited what seemed like forever for the page to load. It was another very plain page with a list of popular websites that you could scroll through on the side. I continued my search through the web links until I found a page dedicated to mystery boxes. I wanted to find one around $500 so people knew that I meant business on my channel. These were relatively small, staying around the 0.0125 to 0.05 Bitcoin range. I was worried about being scammed. I decided to continue my search after a quick bathroom break. When I came back, I noticed my cursor was off to the side and was able to click on a link that must have matched the background color of the web page because I couldn't see it. I indulged in my curiosity and hit the link, and I was taken to a pitch black page with small white text near the top. I'm selling one random package to any brave enough to receive for only 0.12 Bitcoin or best offer. Only one, huh? I thought to myself. I'll shoot my shot. I hit the small payment button and I was asked how much I'd like to spend, and I entered 0.1 Bitcoin with fingers crossed. The payment went through without any hesitation, and I was instantly met with a chat box asking where I'd like my package sent. I know this wasn't a good idea, and I regret it to this day, but the other YouTube channels use their own address often, so I thought nothing of it, and I gave them my home address. I waited over a month for the box to come in, 36 days to be exact, and it arrived directly on my front porch, and was wrapped numerous times in red tape. I set my camera on a tripod and adjusted it to show me and the box on this small wooden table. I draped a sheet in the background so it looked a little more professional. I collect some gloves and scissors so I can bang the video out in one go. Hey everybody! Welcome to tonight's vlog. Boy, do I have a surprise for you. I continue with my monologue, mentioning how I got the box and how much I've paid. Without wasting further time, let's open this deep web mystery box. I grab the scissors and cut along the red tape, and I make sure my gloves are on tight, and I rip the box open. My brow furrows as I see just one book. Without saying a word, I take the book out of the box. I was pretty pissed. I spent over $600 on a book. Well, folks, looks like we got us a dud. These pages better be made of gold. The outside of the book was old and tattered, and it smelled of mildew and mold. I cracked the book open to the first page and glanced over the contents. It's an old photo album. Smells of old rot. Let's look at these pictures. I show the camera a view of the page's contents. It has 4 pictures on the first page, all labeled by days. The first picture said Day 1, the second Day 2, and so on. The pictures were taken with an old Polaroid camera, and these were pictures of airplanes, random suitcases, couple of taxis, and some pretty shady motels. Looks like someone's old travel photos. I continue flipping through the pages. Every day was a different photo of nature or cars or trains. And day 18 held the oddest photo yet. It was just of a mask, handcuffs, a gag, and a bottle of some sort of drug it looked like. These people have one hell of a fetish. I try to keep the video interesting. I zoom into the picture with a camera so everyone can see it. Around day 32, things started getting weird. There was a picture of a house, but not just any house. It was the house that I grew up in, my parents' house. My hand covered my mouth as I gasped for air. How is this? I'm unable to form a sentence, and I'm at a loss of words. Day 33. I turn the page and see a man and a woman, handcuffed and gagged, and I immediately expel the contents of my stomach as I see my own mom's scared and crying face and my dad, face first in a pile of what looked like black tar. Day 34. This photo is taken inside what looks like a vehicle. I focus my gaze to the dashboard, where a small photo is barely visible. It's an old school photo of me. They're in my dad's truck. Day 35. Another house, but this one is much smaller. The photo is too blurry to make out the details, and my hands are trembling and all I can hear is my heartbeat pounding in my ears. I flip to the last page. I immediately throw the book to the ground and run to the window. I jiggle the hatch frantically and throw it open. Without hesitation, I jumped out and run to the neighbors. And as I'm running, I turn around for a brief second. And what I saw haunts me to this day. A tall, hooded figure stood in my room, looking at me through the window. He stood motionless, before lifting his hand and waving. I screamed for my neighbor, who hurried me inside and called the cops, and I sat and just cried. I cried out of fear for my life, and I cried for my parents. I cried because it was all my fault. My lack of common sense got my parents killed, and I will have to live with that forever. If you access the deep web, do not release any personal information, even if people on YouTube do it. Most of it's not real. And always check your boxes. It would have saved me a lot of trouble if I would have noticed the box I received had no tracking sticker on it. It was hand-delivered. Please stay away from the deep web. By you/the damaged. I had always been aware of the deep web. You hear the craziest, most fucked up stories from people who have the balls to explore it. Websites that involve human experimentation, hiring a hitman, and even watching people through their own security cameras. It's fucked up, but honestly, I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't just slightly interested. Now, just to point out, there was no malicious intent behind my exploration of the deep web. I was just curious to see if it was really as bad as people said it was. The first thing that I stumbled upon was a website extremely centered around death, which gave me a really uneasy feeling. So I didn't hang around that webpage very long. It takes quite a bit to freak me out, so it's safe to say that I was a little surprised that I couldn't even stomach the first website that I clicked on. But hey, it's not supposed to be all unicorns and rainbows, right? Next, I clicked a website that was dedicated to watching people through their security cameras. Most of the screens showed empty living rooms and patios. Some of them showed oddly filled rooms, like rooms that were packed with stuffed animals, and another that was eerily decorated with fucking Christmas lights and fake Santa Claus statues. Another screen showed a young woman doing yoga, and that one had a lot of views. I didn't watch that one very long. Something inside me felt ill and just wrong, like what I was doing was sickening. I shook my head, blinking away any more curiosity before I hovered my mouse over the tiny X to close the window. Right before I pressed the mouse, I saw a blue link under a black screen that said, "Proceed with caution." And I bit down on my back teeth, yelling internally to leave the page. Don't click the link, it's not worth it. It could be murder. Would that make me an accomplice? What if it was someone skinning an animal or some shit like that? But then again, what if it wasn't? I don't know what the hell propelled me to move my mouse away from the window, hovering it over the link instead. But that's where I ended up. My curiosity always got the best of me, and no matter how twisted my stomach felt, or how strong the feeling of dread was that lingered right over my head, I had to know. I really just had to know what the link led to, or I would go crazy until I finally figured it out. So I pressed my mouse down and watched the link turn purple. I felt my mouth go dry and watched as the screen slowly loaded. The page was just comprised of a large screen, like the security camera page, only it was just one. The room was concrete, it was dark, and there must have been a night vision camera or something, because everything had a weird blue-green tinge. But you could tell there was little to no light at all. There was a dark liquid on the floor in a medium-sized puddle. I told myself it was gasoline. Don't ask me why. Movement in the far right of the screen caught my attention. and I immediately perked in my desk chair, inching my face closer to the screen of my laptop. It looked like an arm, like someone's forearm. They were standing there, not really moving but subtly swaying, just enough to not look completely still. "Hey," I said, before shaking my head and slapping my mouth shut. "Stupid." Then the person walked, and they walked over towards the left of the screen. I felt my stomach knot, felt my throat tingle and tighten, bile rising in the back of my throat, and I knew my mouth was open, gaping, and my eyes were wide, face screwed up into an expression of pure disgust. It was a young woman. She looked like she couldn't be older than 25 or so. Long, dark, and dirty hair was in tangles, like she'd been pulling at it. Her legs were dragging, her other skinny leg doing most of the work as she limped weakly. Her head was down, looking at the floor, and the sound of her dragging her foot across the concrete echoed in my silent room. I didn't think it could get any worse. I was so fucking wrong. Suddenly, the woman raised her head, and it looked like it weighed a ton on her tiny body. I hadn't noticed it before, only able to barely make out her side profile. But now it was clear as day. She looked around, eyes watering with tears, and black makeup streaming down her face. Small strands of bloody thread were intertwined in her lips, messily tied, locking them together. Dark blood stained her chin, probably from where she tried desperately to open her mouth, to scream, before realizing she couldn't. Her dainty fingers were stained as well, the same color as the puddle on the concrete. My whole body felt weak. My stomach was sick. I tried to tell myself it was fake, that it was all a big hoax, and my eyes scanned to the bottom left of the screen. 5,623. 5,623 people were watching. Unable to fight it any longer, I ran straight into the bathroom, puking my insides into the toilet bowl. Everything in me felt disgusting, wrong, twisted. And once I was finally done, I laid on the floor of the bathroom, letting the cool tiles try to soothe my burning body. My head was spinning. I kept repeating to myself over and over in my head that I shouldn't have clicked that link and that I should have left. I should have closed the fucking window and told my inner curiosity to go fuck itself. Instead, I was laying on the floor, the bathroom reeking of vomit, and my mind a complete mess over what the hell I was supposed to do. Should I get the link and send it to the police? Should I call them now? My first instinct was to copy and paste the link just in case, and then call the police and inform them of what was happening. Maybe they could trace the IP address or something. Maybe they would recognize the girl and know where to start looking. Maybe I could save her life. I'd feel really fucking dumb if this was all fake just to get viewers. But I wasn't about to gamble, not with what was at stake. I ignored the dizzy feeling flooding my head as I jumped up, grabbing the doorknob and twisting it a bit too harshly. When I flung the door open, my phone buzzed in my pocket, scaring the living shit out of me. I stopped mid-panic and picked it up with shaky hands, and I saw my girlfriend's name and immediately slid to answer. My voice was a complete wreck, and my eyes finding the screen where the girl shrunk down to the ground, and the sound of her cries bouncing around the room, making my body feel rigid. I had nothing left to throw up, but I still felt sick. "Madeline, You're not going to believe what I fucking saw. What? Are you okay? Have you been crying? No, I'm not okay, I answered, averting my eyes from the screen. I know you said to stay away from the deep web, but are you kidding me? Her voice went from caring to mad in a split second. I told you to stay away from that place. You never listen to me. You never fucking do. There's a girl, I said weakly. She's trapped in some basement or something. Her mouth is like sewn shut. There's blood all over her face and hands, and I don't know what to do, Madeline. The woman's cries got louder, more desperate, but muffled. I'm so sorry. Close it out. Clear your history and never go back there again. I'm not kidding. But should I call? No. Her voice was stern now. You don't know if it's bullshit. It's probably staged to gain disgusting viewers, apparently like yourself. People do it all the time. That's why I said it'd be best if you just stayed away from there. You could get yourself in a lot of trouble. I didn't say anything, wordlessly walking over to the desk. My hand shook as I raised my mouse to the small X once more, and my eyes watched the number of viewers slowly tick higher and higher before I closed the window, and I felt even worse than before. Okay, we can file a report tomorrow, just in case, but for now, go to sleep and stay the fuck away. I can't believe you even went there in the first place. I didn't have the energy to argue with her. Guilt plagued my whole body, drowning me. It was all I could feel. I told her good night, that I was sorry and that I loved her, before I hung up and made my way to the couch to sleep. Or try to sleep. It didn't feel right, even being in my bedroom or being anywhere near my computer. Not while that girl was still trapped and able to scream for help and able to talk at all. I know it could be fake, but was that really a risk I was willing to take? I looked up some Google searches over what was fake on the deep web and read multiple stories about staged webcam videos, which made me feel a little better. It didn't make the sick, guilty feeling go away though. It's safe to say that I didn't get much sleep. Every time I closed my eyes or even began to drift off, I would see the woman's face, the thread laced into her lips, and the blood staining her mouth, her fingers, the floor. I continued to grow more and more anxious and uneasy, deciding that maybe getting out of the house, heading over to the local CVS and picking up some melatonin might help. I threw my blanket off, slid on my shoes, and grabbed my keys and wallet from the nightstand. The cool air felt amazing and did wonders to calm the whirlwind of thoughts in my head. I went to check the time, realizing I'd left my phone at home. Not a huge deal. The store was only a few minutes away from my house. I ended up buying melatonin and a stronger sleeping pill, just in case those didn't work. I also got a pack of bottled water to help rehydrate after I vomited up all the contents in my stomach earlier. By the time I got home, I felt much, much better, which lasted about 3 seconds before I noticed that my front door was wide open. Now, I may have been in a state of shock and panic, but I never ever leave my front door open or even unlocked. My heart immediately began to race. I got out of my car, closing the door quietly and unlocking my trunk, grabbing the crowbar that I kept in there. "Who's there?" I yelled into the house, waiting for any noise. "Who is in there?" My voice My own voice was shaking and weak. I was met with complete silence, keeping the crowbar up and ready to strike. I walked to the couch and felt for my phone, and as soon as I found it, I hit the emergency and waited until I got a hold of a 911 operator, letting her know that I think my house was just broken into, and she told me police would be on their way. After checking around the house for anything odd, I decided to give my girlfriend a call, letting her know what had happened. The phone rang, and then rang some more. After getting her voicemail, I hung up, knowing she'd probably be asleep this late at night. I waited about 20 or so minutes for the police to show up and walk around with them like a scared puppy as they checked every single room. They ended up just having me fill out a report, telling me that they'll keep patrol cars in the area just in case anyone else gets hit. As they were leaving, I checked to see if Madeline had called back yet, but there wasn't any missed calls. I, however, did notice several outgoing calls to her phone. Outgoing call to Madeline, 3:12 a.m. Outgoing call to Madeline, 3:14 a.m. Outgoing call to Madeline, 3:17 a.m. Outgoing call to Madeline, 3:20 a.m. And then another one at 3:56, which was around the time that I'd gotten home. My mind went into an automatic panic, knowing for a fact that I did not make those calls. I quickly checked my text, reading one that I'd apparently set out at 3:23 a.m. "Hey, I can't sleep. Gonna come over. Mind leaving the back door unlocked so I can get in?" I didn't send that message. My stomach dropped. My heart thudded loudly in my chest as I noticed her reply directly underneath. "Sorry, I was sleeping. Thanks for waking me up, by the way. Lose your key again? It's unlocked. Don't be too late." Without a second thought, I jumped up, running to lock all the doors and windows in my house, keeping the crowbar tight in my hand as I ran to my car. I drove as fast as my little Civic would allow all the way to her house, ignoring any stoplights. And it only took me 3 minutes to get there, but I still knew it would be too late. I made my way to her back door, feeling every cell in my body burn when I saw it was wide open. My face was hot. My hands were shaking, but I stepped in, crowbar raised like a bat ready to swing, and I tried to keep my emotions at bay as I looked around her dark house. "Madeline?" I called out. "Are you okay, babe?" Nothing. Silence. "Madeline?" A small scream came from her bedroom, just up the stairs. My legs jerked to run as I flew up the stairs, slamming her door open. I looked at her empty bed, her empty room. Confused, I heard the scream again. Only this time, I heard that it was coming through her computer monitor. I felt numb as I looked at the screen, noticing the same website I saw earlier. Only instead of one woman, I saw two. The first was laying on the floor, not moving, in that puddle of dark liquid, and I recognized the second girl, and just as I had recognized her voice, my heart shattered as I saw her face, streaked in blood. The same threading was sewn into her eyelids, locking them shut. Her scream hit my bones, surrounded my body. It was all that I could hear, and her face was twisted in pure terror. I cried pathetically as her voice began to go out, continuing to grow weaker and rasp. I locked my jaw, picking up my cell and dialing 911 for the second time. Only this time, it barely rang once before the deep, gravelly voice of another man answered. "You should not have called. Chills shot down my body, and I heard the phone thud as it hit the carpeted floor. My breath hitched in my throat as I bent to pick it up, hanging up the call and racing down the stairs. How did he do that? How did he redirect my call away from the police? I felt my heart race as I darted out of her back door, in a frenzy as I sprinted to the closest house. I pounded the door, screaming at the top of my lungs until the neighbor opened it. Her face tired, confused, and scared. She let me in, and I explained through frantic tears what happened. I'm typing this on my phone to post as we both try to get a hold of the cops, but neither of our calls are going through, and neither is her landline. I think someone is messing with our cellular signal, and they may have cut her line, but we're going to keep trying. I'm scared for me. I'm scared for my girlfriend. I'm scared for my neighbor. I don't know what's going to happen to me. If you don't hear from me again, please take this advice and this experience to heart. Stay away from the deep web. For fuck's sake, please, please, stay away from the deep web. I sold myself on the deep web by u/doomed geek. What do you do when there is nothing else left? I was a college graduate who 2 years after collecting my certificate was still unemployed. There was a gaping blank on my resume, add to the fact that my debts were out of control, and it's fair to say that I was a mess and growing ever more desperate. So, what was I doing about this? How was I digging myself out of a hole? I was staying up all night trawling through the internet. Is there a point at which the internet does end and sanity begins? I neither knew nor cared. I watched thousands of clips, read conspiracy theories, and news reports until they blurred into one stream of hyperbole. I slept fitfully during the day and went back online the minute that I woke up. I would surf even though I needed to go to the bathroom until it hurt. I forgot to eat or drink, and soon, I had a permanent background headache. Like a lot of addicts, it was not long before I moved on to the harder stuff, the deep web. I was sickened by a lot of what I saw, but still immersed myself more and more. When I stumbled across the site that changed my life, it looked fairly innocuous at first. There was a simple hero image of the outline of a human body and a drop-down menu in the top right-hand side accessed via 3 short lines. For other people, it's one more bet, one more drink, and I clicked on one more link. I was surprised to see only 2 options, buyer and seller. I wasn't going to be buying anything real soon, so I followed the Warren marked. The sub-menu left me open-mouthed. It listed items that could be sold and gave the price the seller would receive. All I needed to do was add details for my preferred way to receive payment, then tick the box next to the item. The first item on the list was likeness. For the price shown, I could pay the 2 months I was overdue on my rent and buy wine and pizza every night for a week with what was left over. Now, I was not sure what was meant by likeness. Other items that I could sell via the website were more straightforward. Things like my social security number, my date of birth, even my name. A lot of these seemed like a way to commit fraud for the buyers. All very dubious, but at least I thought they were paying to use these details rather than simply stealing them, or as so often happened. A likeness seemed more ethereal though. I decided it meant the right to use my image, a photograph of my face. I also decided that I really wanted a beer and pizza and to be able to tell my landlord to get off my back because I have paid your damn rent. I added my details for the money transfer and ticked the box next to likeness and then pressed submit. A transaction processing symbol turned into transaction complete and a new box appeared giving me the option to comment. I typed, "Do you need me to send you my photograph?" Thinking this would answer my question about what exactly I had just sold. A moment later, the reply came. "We already have it." I flashed back to some of the things I had done in front of the computer screen, then decided that I would rather not think about it. Feeling nervous, sure, I was being scammed, about to kick myself for being so naive, and I checked my balance. What do you know? The money was in there. I went back to the good old innocent web and ordered the largest, most overloaded pizza that I could think of, then began to add sides. It took 2 weeks for me to blow the money from selling my likeness, and I had had a great time. Without leaving my apartment, I had paid no rent. Not to worry, I told myself, and returned to the deep web and my new favorite website. This time, I hovered over fingerprints. 30 seconds considering, flagged a dozen dodgy things this could lead to. But it was the money I would make that made me think. Whatever. I ticked and submitted. This time, 10 small boxes appeared on the screen with an instruction for me to place the ends of my fingers in them, which I did, and within seconds, the transaction was complete, and within minutes, I could see that I was once again flush. Problems over. I could pay my rent and enough off a credit card to make that bank back off. In the comment box, I typed, "Thank you." The reply was almost immediate. "You are welcome." Now, I don't know if anyone reading this is a gambler, but I guess if they are, they would not by now have put money on me spending the money wisely. And they would be right. This time, I told myself another couple of weeks later, I would get my act in gear. I spent significant time going through the items that I could sell and created a spreadsheet with how much I owed. So I knew the amount I needed to earn with this one final sale of part of me. I had decided, you see, that this had to be the last time. There was a relatively small number of things left that I could sell, that I was prepared to sell. My name, date of birth, and my social security number were still no-goes. I did not want to risk losing the ability to have a bank account and find employment. A history of being a disaster did not mean, in my mind, that I always would be. So one final sale it was, then clear my debts and find a job. I ticked the box next to sell body part, and from the next list, ticked kidney. I was close to hyperventilating when I pressed submit, close to tears not long afterwards. When I checked my balance, I felt huge pressure being lifted. With this money, I could finally get my life back on track. The comment box already had text in it. I had been too worked up to read it, so I took a deep breath and did. It was an 8-digit reference number, an address, and a time later that day, an appointment for me to have my kidney removed, I figured. I considered not going. I already had the money, so why bother? Then I thought back to the message telling me they already had my photograph. Whoever ran the website probably knew where I lived as well, or could easily find out. It was not rocket science to work out that they were probably bad people, criminals, some kind of gang, not people to cross or mess with. I felt sick as I left the apartment at the prospect of having an operation, but also elated at the amazing things lying ahead for me. I just needed to get this over with. The address turned out to be a nondescript building on the outskirts of town. The windows were all shuttered and there was no signage, just the human outline that I recognized from the website. A keypad was fixed into the wall next to a sturdy-looking door. Not sure what else to do, I entered my reference number, and the door slid open with a sigh. My stomach doing backflips, I stepped inside. I could hear the drone of an air conditioner, but still suddenly felt very hot. Nerves, I told myself, totally natural. I seemed to be in some kind of reception area, but it was deserted. Scratch that. A man appeared. He was wearing a white overall and a mask and safety glasses. He may or may not have been smiling when he said, "Welcome. Let's get you prepped." I followed him along a long corridor. The walls were blank, whitewashed, and the smell of antiseptic was growing stronger. Eventually, he turned off into a small windowless room. I hesitated on the threshold. There was a raised table, fluorescent strips overhead, a stack of equipment next to the bed. Medical, I guessed, though I had no idea. "Please." The man said and gestured that I should come in. I smiled weakly and did. He gave me a robe to put on and turned to do something to the equipment while I got changed. I assumed I needed to lie on the table, and when he looked around from whatever it was he had been doing and saw me, he said, "Good." Made me feel like a dog rolling over and playing dead, but I kept this to myself. I did, though, have some questions. "Is this safe?" I asked. "Perfectly," he replied without missing a beat. I wasn't sure. I felt hot to the point where I thought I was going to faint, and the lighting overhead was flickering, making paint start to flower above my eyes. "I'm not sure I want to go ahead with this," I said. "There is nothing to be concerned about," he replied, and before I realized what was happening, had nicked the skin of my neck with a needle. I immediately felt an unpleasant tingling sensation, and a numbness began to spread into my face. He picked up a tablet computer that was resting among the equipment and studied it for a moment before turning back to look at me and asking, "Now, which eye would you like to keep?" "What?" I exclaimed, or tried to, because my lips were numb and the word came out slurred. What are you talking about?" I managed. "I sold one of my kidneys, not my eyes." I did not wait for an answer. I was horrified. I decided I wanted out of there. I tried to sit up, but the numbness had spread to my spine and then my arms, and I was helpless to do anything but lie there and watch as he once more studied the tablet. No, he said in a quiet, relaxed voice. "The records show that you agreed to sell a body part, but did not specify which one." "I take kidney," I tried to say, but by now, my mouth would not move and I could not feel my tongue. I could feel my heart beating faster and faster, felt like I couldn't breathe. Cold sweat trickled down into my eyes, blurring my vision. I could see this. I could not feel it. I wanted to scream. I wanted to cry out in terror, but my jaws were locked and my limbs were useless. All I could do was watch as the scalpel came into view and as he lowered it slowly towards my left eye. "It would all be over soon," he said, and then the blade became a shadow over my eye, a darkness that was soon all I could see. That was then, this is now. I am writing this in an internet cafe after trashing my laptop's hard drive and ditching it. There's just me in here and the owner. I think he would like me to leave from the dirty looks he is giving me. But before I head off, I have one more thing to do. I have enough money to buy a coach ticket and go a long way from here, away from everything and everyone that I have ever known. I have just logged on to the site and found what I am looking for in the seller menu. Name, date of birth, social security number. I tick sell on all three, enter the details in the boxes that pop up, press submit, and moments later, the money is in my account. I have been withdrawing as much cash I can daily, and after I go across the road to the ATM and withdraw the latest amount, I will snap my card in half and throw it away. This will be a fresh start, the past wiped clean, left behind. I'm going to stop writing now and go. It's time to log off for good and make my escape. Only, the screen has changed. The comment box has opened up, and a new message has appeared. We like and follow you. I feel tears begin to flow from the eye they did not take. I sold myself on the deep web by u/Drekanox. I am what you'd call a crypto addict. Before that though, I was someone who enjoyed browsing the deep web. I wasn't really looking for anything in particular, just curious as to whether or not the stories I had heard were true. And I never really found anything that creepy though, but it was my first encounter with Bitcoin. A few sites used it, and it was the first time that I'd ever heard of cryptocurrency. As such though, I had thought that it was a scam or something shady at that point. This was back in the years 2012 to 2014, so as you can imagine, I'm really kicking myself for thinking that and not buying a few coins. My interest in the deep web waned over time, but around the year 2017, I began reading about cryptocurrency and that oh so shady thing Bitcoin on mainstream news outlets. That's when I made a deeper dive into the world of crypto. My goal at the beginning was just to earn enough money to pay off my student loans. Of course, nothing was ever that easy. I had made nearly every single mistake you could make while buying crypto. Once, I lost my seed phrase. I've sent crypto to the wrong wallet by mistake. I've FOMO'd and sold at a loss countless times. Twice, I've been fooled by pump and dump schemes. Despite all of this, my net monetary change from buying into crypto has still been positive overall. That's mainly because I wisened up over the years and made back the money I lost and then some. Of course, every time I hear about a random coin going up 20 times the price, I do wish I would have seen the opportunity. But I know most of those coins probably don't have much value or long-term prospects. I invest in safe projects, but of course, like almost anyone else, I've been on the lookout for the next big thing. You know, the next big project that's going to the moon, so to speak. I got an email from an old acquaintance of mine. Let's call him Frank. Frank and I went back to the days when I scoured the deep web, and the two of us would often exchange information regarding anything interesting that we'd found. I hadn't gotten a message from him in 2 years though, so I was kind of surprised. Hey, I know it's been a while, but I saw this weird thing and I think you'd want to check it out. I see from your profile that you've been in the crypto space for a while, right? What do you think about this? It's a site claiming to have made a new kind of coin. There was a link to a website. At first, I was really confused. This website was on the deep web, but according to this mail, was regarding a new crypto coin. When you made a new coin, one of the first things you wanted to do was get as many people in on the project as possible. Making all information about your new coin exclusive to the deep web was a guarantee that it would probably never take off. Then again, maybe they were making some sort of super secure coin which the government couldn't trace, so they kept it on the down low. Regardless, I decided to check out the link. The website was honestly nothing to write home about. It was decently organized, but was rather plain. It looked like a webpage from 2007. This was definitely the wrong thing to do if you wanted people to be interested in what you were doing or convincing them that you had a great new idea for something. There wasn't even too much information on the site about the coin itself, with most of it linking to a video they had made. There was a forum, but accessible only to members. Guessing there was nowhere else to go, I went ahead and clicked the video. It showed a dark room with a desk right in the middle. Someone walked in wearing a white mask and a dark hoodie. As he spoke, his voice was distorted, so he was clearly using a filter of some sort.
Greetings. Thank you for your interest in our new project, one by which we hope to revolutionize the very concept of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology. I have long since been a member of the crypto space, but I consider myself to be an environmentalist first. You must have already heard about the environmental impact that mining cryptocurrency has. Many people have spoken about that. As such, we wanted to look for a way to solve this problem. A solution quickly came to me, but it was a bit of an unorthodox one. You see, I am a man of many interests, and the occult was one of them. One thing I had always been told was that spirits, demons, what have you, they always know everything going on in the world. They don't follow the normal laws of physics either.
It was at this point that I began frowning. What on earth was this? Was this guy really talking about ghosts and spirits in a crypto video? I thought that it might be possible to use this to our advantage. You see, a spirit can theoretically solve a problem in an instant. Time works different for them, and the best part is the environmental impact is nil. I was about ready to turn this off at this point. What kept me going was a mild curiosity regarding where this guy was going. This had to be some sort of scam, right? But what was the scam? Was he going to ask for a donation first, or was he trying to install malware on my computer? I mean, he must have made this video for a reason, right? I just wanted to know what the scam was so I could tell Frank what it was.
I searched around in many books on the occult until I came upon them. They do have a name, but not one that you can speak freely in this tongue. Suffice it to say that certain supernatural creatures are willing to help us and mine our coin for us. Now, of course, you must be thinking that such a thing isn't worth your soul. Rest assured, though, that these creatures don't want our souls, simply our bodies. I told them that in that case, they should buy us all a round of drinks first.
He chuckled at his own joke.
Anyway, the idea is simple. You, as a human, can rent out your body for a small portion of the day. In exchange, these creatures will mine coins for you. That's right. I managed to connect to the spirit realm with the internet so that they can mine cryptocurrency for us. Right now, we are starting out with mining Bitcoin, and by this method to test it out, but we'll release our own project very soon. I can say though that I am quite excited by the potential of our upcoming coin as it will be mined only by these entities. All information would be held not only on the internet, but within the spirit realm as well. So there's even if every database on Earth was wiped clean, we could recover the data. For now though, we are just seeing how easy it is to mine Bitcoin using this method. If you're interested in renting out yourself, you can go ahead and sign the contract given on our site. If you're interested in simply buying some of our own coins, when our new project will be released by conventional methods, please stay tuned for further updates. Thank you.
The video ended at that and I was left confused. Making this all would have taken some cash and some time, so was it all really just a hoax? How are they planning on making money out of this? With no further information available, I checked out their forums, but that was only open to people who had signed their contract for now. I took a look at this contract. It was needlessly long and annoyed me because I knew there was no way that a site like this could ever take anyone to court if the contract was violated. So, what was the point? The gist of the whole thing was that you would agree to rent out your body for a time ranging from 1 to 10 hours a day. In exchange, you would get a set amount of Bitcoin per day, with it increasing depending on how long you rented yourself out. Let's say you got X amount for an hour, but you'd get 20 times X for 10 hours. Clearly, it was designed for people to choose the maximum amount of time possible. Frustrated, I put down my selection as 1 hour and hit accept. A message popped up.
This contract will be valid for 1 year and cannot be cancelled before then. Are you sure you want to accept?
I scoffed at the idea of them trying to enforce this contract and hit the accept button. A congratulatory message popped up, as well as an address to a wallet that I could unlock. Disappointed, I browsed the site a bit more and saw nothing to explain what it really was. I could only chalk this all up to a very elaborate hoax. The next day, I went about my day as usual when something odd happened as I left my driveway. I found myself in my office an instant later. If I had been paying a bit more attention at that time, I would have noticed that I had lost exactly 1 hour. But I wasn't. I had zoned out while driving to work occasionally, but not when I was entering the building. So I chalked it up to me just having a long daydream though. Things didn't worry me. Not yet, at least. Something similar happened the next day though, and I had some trouble noticing this as it happened when I was chilling around at home. And I just thought that I'd lost track of time as the sky suddenly became a lot darker. The third day though it happened at work, I was in a meeting, and then it was over and I was at my desk. On one hand, I was happy to be able to skip that meeting, but also, I knew that I was losing my mind. The MRIs all came back normal, and the doctors thought that I had dissociative identity disorder when a month later, I found myself in my house with some jewelry that I had no recollection of getting. I learned the next day that one of my neighbors had been mugged, but didn't know who it was. That day, I suddenly found myself in a park with a shard of glass on my shoulder. I learned that someone had smashed another neighbor's car. Fed up with this, I installed cameras around the house to watch me. And that night, I saw myself leave the house and come back later with some cash. Cash I must have stolen. Yeah, I learned someone's house had been broken into the day after that. I finally put two and two together and went back to the website. I hadn't checked my wallet, but it had substantial amount of Bitcoin now. Clearly, this thing hadn't been a hoax. They wouldn't be paying me if they weren't getting something out of it. Whatever entity chose to inhabit my body started out by just mimicking what I normally did. But it was clearly getting more and more daring with the theft and vandalism it was doing. I read up that long contract again, and I saw no termination clause. I can't exactly communicate with this thing that takes control of me, and even if I could, I have a feeling that it doesn't want to leave. Forum posts on that site are of no help, as a few people seem to be in the same boat as me, but have no idea what to do. The site doesn't have a customer service section, to no surprise. And based on what I've read of the contract, the entity can't hurt me, or my property, or do a crime that would lead me to being arrested or the such. But it can do crime as long as it makes sure that I'm not caught later on. Anyway, I highly doubt it wants me to be arrested. It wouldn't have as much fun as when I'm free to roam around. In the end though, I realized that I couldn't live like this. There was nothing else to do but wait for my contract to expire, so I've moved to a very remote area where there are few people around. I'm glad for that, so that the thing can't harm anyone else. I've even had to give my dog away to my parents for the time being, as I don't know if she'd count as property. But I don't want that thing hurting her one day. I read on a forum post on that site of someone who found themselves with blood on their hands after a blackout, and that they were freaking out wondering whose it was. It's obviously much worse for those who rented out their bodies for several hours. I guess I should be thankful that I only agreed to an hour. I've quit my job and I only go out of town to get supplies when the hour is up. I thought about maybe tying up myself so I can get out, but I'd still need to do things like go to the bathroom, and that sounds like a terrible way to live. It's been 3 months total, and there are 9 left. The coins I keep getting are enough to pay my living expenses, thankfully. And I might have had to rent myself out for longer if that wasn't the case. I'm writing this because I was curious if there's a lawyer among you who might be willing to read over the contract I agreed to. If every contract has a loophole, I'd be happy if you could find one in this one. I can't go to a regular attorney, of course, given no one would believe me. I mean, where would I even go to dispute this? But if there's someone among you who is experienced with dealing with supernatural contracts, do please contact me. If possible, I would also prefer it if you could accept payments in Bitcoin. I Found New Life on the Deep Web by u/Rinichiro. Remember when deep web stories were the fad? Every week, you'd find a new tale of someone going too far on the deep web, finding something terrible, and ending up getting attacked for speaking out against it. This story is a bit similar. The difference is, I still love the deep web. Let me explain. I was a senior in high school at that time, and I was definitely no popular kid. My friends were the oddities of the school, the few people who dared to defy the norm. It was them who told me about the deep web, a place on the internet where you are completely unwatched, anonymous, capable of doing whatever you want. And of course, I was intrigued. Most of my friends just used it to buy drugs, but I thought a little bigger. I wanted to know what happened in the darkest parts of the deep web, whether or not my friends were telling the truth when they talked about horrible fetish sites and assassins that you can hire to kill anyone you like. Of course, I wasn't planning on using any of it. I've never been particularly interested in sex, so those kind of sites don't interest me, and there's really nobody I'd like to kill. It was the mystery of it all that fascinated me. Going to these sites would be like peering into a side of the world only a few have ever seen, like a wholly new experience. At that time, I was tired of the monotony of life. I'd get up at the same time every day, go to school, attend the same classes, talk to the same people, go home, play some games, do homework, go to sleep, and then it would repeat. I wondered if other people got tired of that. Anyway, it took me a while to actually dive into the deep web. As fascinated as I was, I'd been warned of what could happen to me. I read the stories I talked about too. Who isn't afraid of being threatened by hackers or stalked by some creeps you piss off online? That kind of shit kept me from actually going on the deep web. Until the day that I manned up and decided that it was time to break the monotony. It was time to delve into the underbelly of the internet, and time to see a world that I had only dreamed of. For the first week or so, it was boring. It was just drug sites and stuff where people expose government secrets or whatever. Nothing as dark as I expected. I don't even do drugs, so that was useless to me, and I wasn't into politics. There wasn't really much that I wasn't into back then, so I was disappointed. The only reason I kept exploring was my sheer desire to experience the world that I thought existed on the deep web. That world was darker than any drug site, the world that had murder, torture, messed up porn for messed up people, and all sorts of nasty shit. I eventually got my wish. Just when my apathy towards the deep web got to its highest point, I found what I was looking for. The site didn't have a name. I thought it was a broken link for a bit, since it only led me to a black screen. But right before I could click out, a chat box appeared on the screen. Someone using the name admin typed in the chat box saying, "Congrats, you found the worst place on the internet." I stared at the screen, more bemused than afraid, and it took me a moment to type back. "Cool." That's all I said. What else was there to say? Like, "I'm here to see your finest torture porn?" A moment after, the admin replied, "You want in?" I hesitated, all those horror stories flooding back into my head, but it was too late to chicken out. This was what I came for. Even if I just clicked out the first sign of danger, I had to see what was there. I had to break the monotony. I had to know. And I hastily typed back, not allowing myself to stop. Yeah. The chat box closed, and I was led directly to what looked like a video with another chat box next to it. There were around 5 other people there, each eagerly waiting for something. The video was in black and white and showed a small room, and the only thing inside was a wooden chair. Until after around 5 minutes of waiting, the door to the room opened and a man was shoved inside, blindfolded and naked, save for a pair of black briefs, and he was followed by a woman, this one dressed all in black and her face covered by a mask. In an instant, the chat room went wild. I almost closed the window to spare myself, knowing immediately where this was going. But again, I told myself that this was what I wanted. Maybe not the torture, but the window into the very worst parts of the world. A woman pulled a knife from her pocket and cut off the man's blindfold as she shoved him into the chair. He didn't struggle for a moment, and once his eyes were visible, I could see why. It looked like he had been drugged. Resisting was impossible, and I frowned, glancing to the side. This was messed up. I knew this was messed up. My conscience told me to call the cops or at least to click out, but I forced myself to watch. She turned to the camera, pointing the knife at the man's throat. One of the people in the chat typed, "One of the fingers! Cut off one of his fingers!" I clenched my hands into fists, taking in a sharp breath. Was this really happening? Was I gonna just watch as this guy got mutilated, as a small crowd of people watched in glee? I felt like throwing up, a feeling that only worsened when the woman nodded and turned to the man, grabbing his limp hand and carefully slicing off one of his fingers. Blood spurted from the wound and the man moaned in pain, but he couldn't fight back. Breathing heavily, I hovered my cursor over the axe, planning on getting the hell out of there. But I didn't. The woman looked unimpressed, as if she thought the people in chat could do better. Another person called for a slice of the man's arm, and she complied. He was bleeding heavily now, clearly in deep pain. But these people were sick. They were cheering her on from chat, suggesting new and painful tortures for her to inflict. And eventually, I stopped breathing heavily. I stopped feeling sick. It was starting to grow on me. By the end, the man was on the ground, covered in blood and breathing heavily. I watched this for around half a minute. The people in the chat were starting to die down. They'd inflicted enough pain, and they had their fun. It seemed like things were wrapping up. Funny, I thought, how it was over, just when I was getting into it. I smirked. This was exciting. This was better than any game that I could play. Much better than any class that I could attend. Better than sitting with a group of nobodies pretending like I cared for a goddamn second about them. This was the world I wanted to see. This was darkness. This was the underbelly. This was reality. End him. Slit his throat. I type in chat for the first time. She nodded for one last time, bringing the man to his feet before slowly dragging her blade across his throat, sending more of his blood spreading out. Once it was done, she dropped him, and he fell to the ground limp. He was dead. The people in the chat started complimenting the torturer, talking about how it had been another good time, starting to set a date for the next showing. And on screen, the woman left the room, leaving the corpse behind. Of course, I hastily wrote down the date for the next showing. This was going to be part of my life now. I was going to be part of something bigger. I was going to command these people's death. What a rush. So yeah, I still love the deep web. I'm in college now, and now I'm even more immersed in the deep web. I have seen shit some people would freak out just knowing exists. I've fucked around every sick porn site known to man, and I've finally broken the monotony of life. Inspirational, right? How one high schooler defies the boredom inherent in his life by discovering his true passion. I love the deep web.
I entered an auction house on the dark web and found Myself for Sale by u/Dr. Horrible-26. During my first year of college, I was introduced to the Tor browser by my new roommate, Ricky. Those of you who have been around the internet for long enough know Tor is a browser engine used to help you access the dark web, to which we frequently did. For a barely 20-year-old dude experiencing his first moments of living away from home, being handed away to access nearly whatever I wanted just from the press of a few keys, felt like being handed absolute freedom. While we mostly used it for accessing pirated games and films, or maybe visiting a banned website, there were times I found myself on the more twisted side of it all. I've honestly seen some pretty fucked up shit that I really didn't want or need to see, other than to satisfy my morbid curiosity of if it would be possible to even reach those places. Well, I mostly regret these deeper dives into the dark web. One such dive might have very well saved my life. It was about 2 a.m. on a Friday, during the end of my third year of college, and Ricky had been spending the night at her cousin's house, leaving me to myself. I'd been scrolling through the web, going through various shady movie sites and running games I didn't technically own, when I got a strange pop-up ad.
One-time auction, limited items, one of a kind. Get now or never again. Don't miss out on these items.
It read in a flashing red and green Comic Sans font. Now, I've gone to a few of these dark web auctions, even participated in a few out of impulse bidding on things that triggered something in my dumb college dude brain. This ranged from things like overly engraved gold handguns you would see Tony Montana strapping, 2 pounds of the finest weed grown in the purest soils of Jamaica, just to give me that little adrenaline rush of, dude, what if I actually get it? Granted, I only ever bid 10, maybe $20 tops. Knowing actually winning any of it would probably land me behind bars. I wasn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed, and would have been busted within minutes of receiving the package. This one would be different, however. I decided I'd check out the auction and clicked on the link before browsing through the bids. At first, it wasn't anything serious, mostly firearms and drugs. Typical black web catalogue. As I moved down the list, the items got more extreme. Much more extreme. The list started with simple low-caliber handguns you could get at Walmart in some states, but quickly changed to sniper rifles and LMGs fit for military elites, till I was eventually being offered small nuclear explosives, claiming to have enough power to level small towns to ash and brimstone. Super strong pot and funny mushrooms quickly turned to advertisements for pounds of Colombian cocaine, to 10-pound boxes of fentanyl pills. Shadiest of all were what I assume are experimental drugs. Black and yellow sludge-like substances, held in test tubes that didn't even have real names. Just things like XT parentheses 1 and B8 plus asterisk RVV1 /dash. Judging by the descriptions, these things fry your brain considering the people selling it explain the effects through mostly incoherent, barely understandable sentences implying they've been indulging in their own supply. I remember one going along the lines of, fun green bubbles. When super cool if eaten, it's like green, blue, green bubbles. They fly up, eat up, fly down with the green bubbles. I might be paraphrasing on that, but trust me, it wouldn't have made any more sense than if I did get it spot on. Eventually, I reached what I took to be the hitman and murderer catalogue. Poison brews of ricin and cyanide, claiming to have zero scent or taste. Soundproof sneakers, weapon silencers, fake aliases, passports. People were even selling codes that were apparently instructions on how to get to areas in your location where bodies are most often hidden and never found. There were other codes that were labeled how-to instructional tapes made by professionals on how to get away with various types of crime, even murders. If you didn't want to do the work yourself, you could buy the phone number to a top-class hitman near you, who will make sure your job is done effectively. Things only got worse when I scrolled to the next page to see photos of people, some even children, with their names listed underneath. They were advertising human trafficking and giving each of their products a small biography of sorts, as if they were stat cards. It listed everything from addresses to allergies, strengths, weaknesses, even down to daily routine. Now, I've seen these kinds of black room type things and was well aware of how sick people can be on the dark web, but seeing it never gets any less unsettling, especially reading some of the things these bidders wanted to do with their product once they got their hands on them. This unsettlement quickly turned to unimaginable, agonizing fear as I scrolled down to see my own portrait, one taken on my first day of college. I began to panic as I read off my card. Whoever these people were, they knew my name, age, race, height, weight, even down to my small birthmark behind my ear. Not only that, but they seemed to have known my whole life story from birth. My panic only grew wider as I saw there were already 4 bidders, the highest of which bidding almost 15 grand. The sickest part was these bidders left comments. Things like,
"He'd fit well with my collection. I can't wait to have his body. I wish to taste his skin."
along with a slew of horrible deranged shit they wanted to do with me that I really don't want to repeat. I fell back and began to hyperventilate. It felt like my heart was going to give out and my brain was going to explode, thinking of all the horrible things that may happen to me at the hands of these sick, twisted people who looked to take ownership of my life. Most of the rest of the night was a blur. I remember bidding 20k off the bat to top the list, then periodically bidding, I think, another 3 what felt like every 30 minutes, till I reached almost 40k. After that I must have blacked out because the next thing I remember was waking up curled in a ball under my desk in a puddle of cold sweat. It was still dark out, so the flashing lights coming from my monitor were all too noticeable. I could feel myself shaking in fear as I slowly crawled out from under the desk, before slowly looking at my screen and seeing in large red Comic Sans,
"Congratulations, you win. Please list where you'd like to send your prize. We will send an agent to deliver your package."
I felt an overwhelming amount of relief wash over my body, seeing I had just bought myself. Sure, I ended up putting myself in near debt before I've even finished school, but I'm alive and free. Knowing those vile fucks wouldn't be able to live out their fantasies was enough for me to forget about any possible money problems. I think I even started laughing like a madman for a second. As I entered, "Leave them be. I bought them their freedom so they don't suffer," hoping that'd be enough explanation. And thankfully it was, as I was answered rather quickly with another message.
"Understood. Your product will be removed from all auctions and marked as sold. Thank you for your purchase, Evan."
Reading that caused me to nearly collapse, as if all the stress and tension built up drained from my body, only to quickly return as I reread the message. They knew I just bid on myself. They were still fucking watching. The next couple of months were a living hell of paranoia and anxiety. I tried to explain what I could to Ricky, and he did his best to help calm me down, but it was fruitless. Eventually though, after enough time, I was able to move on from it. More so, I think my mind forced me to block it out. But it's all come back now, thanks to an email I had just received from Ricky almost 8 years after that night. "Please help. I don't have the money to go up against the highest bidder. I responded as quickly as possible, asking for him to send me his PayPal or something. That was 2 days ago. I haven't gotten a response. I think he lost the auction.
I ordered contact lenses from the dark web. It was the worst decision I ever made. By u/eekpeek. A few months ago, my best friend Jeremy called and asked if he could come over. He told me about this crazy new site of the internet that he had found. I had absolutely no idea what he was talking about. He was always up to something mischievous though, even as an adult. He still had the enthusiasm of a child when he became excited. Because of that, it was always hard to tell him no. I could tell that this seemed important to him, so I told him to just come over and show me what the hell he was talking about. He came over to my house later the same day. He showed up with a flash drive, and he was so excited, he didn't even take off his shoes. He ran over to my already open laptop that was sitting on my living room table and immediately plugged the flash drive in. He had that obnoxious smile across his face. It was the same smile he made when we were kids. The same taunting grin he made right before we were about to do something that our parents would be furious about. So much for saying hello. You should really knock first. What if I was naked? My voice was playful. Oh, shut up and come sit down. Oh, and I'm sorry for barging in like that, he said just as playfully. Whatever. You're definitely not sorry. I'm going to make us some tea. I'll be right out. I smiled as I walked away. Around 10 minutes later, I came back in with 2 mugs full of freshly brewed tea. I sat the tea down on the table in front of my couch and sat down next to Jeremy. I looked over at my laptop, my eyes immediately fixated on the screen. The flash drive contained a whole different operating system, and I watched my laptop boot up and start running an operating system that I had never even seen before. My eyes then shot their gaze at Jeremy. What the hell is this? Is this going to mess up my computer? You know I can't afford another one if this one breaks. Most importantly, I need it for school. All of my schoolwork is in there. My voice was sharp, but before I could finish talking, he cut me off. You worry too much. Just relax. I tested out on my computer, and everything went fine. Just wait for it to boot up. Your computer will return to normal once I power it down and then remove the flash drive. His voice had a reassuring tone. Yeah, whatever, fine, I said reluctantly. After about 10 more minutes of us just sitting there watching this foreign operating system load, it finally finished. The home screen was a solid shape of blue, and there were only 2 icons. One was a web browser, and the other one was some sort of VPN. In the corner was a search bar, and I tried typing all kinds of words in it, but nothing came up. Eventually, after I was done clicking around, Jeremy took over the controls. He opened up a web browser. It was a search engine that I had never even seen before. Actually, it was a search engine that I never even heard of. And I watched him manically type in random numbers and letters into the search engine. Before I could even ask what he was doing, he hit enter and a Wikipedia page came up. Towards the middle of the page was a list of links. They all had different names. The credit card company, Guns Are Great, and the one-stop shop were the names of some of the links. Most links had extremely illegal titles, and definitely led to illegal activities. Some of them were just downright disgusting and disturbing that I'd rather not go into detail about those links. Jeremy quickly identified what he was looking for. It was a link called the Gore store. He was always into that kind of stuff. I never understood why. Gore was just fascinating to him. I myself could not say the same. It had to have been fake anyways, right? I just wanted to get it over with, so I sat quietly and waited for the page to load. Once it loaded, my screen was filled with obscene images of mutilated bodies. They were videos of different people getting killed in different ways. It was insanely graphic. He showed me two 30-second clips before I had to run to the bathroom. And I could hear Jeremy's laughter as I viciously gagged over my toilet. When I came out of the bathroom, the Gore page was gone, and he was back on the Wikipedia page. I watched his eyes dart around the screen. It looked like he was trying to find something in particular. And before I could ask what he was doing, he let out, "Aha!" "What is it?" "I'm not sure if this whole dark web thing is for me. Maybe we should just turn it off." Before I could even finish my sentence, he cut me off again. "Look what I found. It's pretty cool. I think you'll actually like it," he said confidently. I reluctantly agreed and sat back down on the couch beside him. The computer cursor was hovered over a link simply named Eyes. I was convinced it was about to be the most nauseating thing in the world, a picture of dangling eyeballs or blood-filled eye sockets. It had to be something along those lines. He could tell that I was unprepared, and he immediately clicked the button after I gave a slight nod of approval. I was not expecting what I saw. They were eyes, all right. Normal eyes. It looked like a business page for selling contacts. It appeared professional, and there was nothing strange about it, except for the fact that the seemingly normal business page was on the dark web. I had to look through their selection and ended up asking Jeremy to buy me a pair. He already had the correct form of currency in some sort of account, and he thought it was funny, of course, and bought them without a second thought. I thanked him, and we talked about what they were going to look like, and we were both excited. After Jeremy left that night, he took the flash drive with him, and he explained that he was going away on a business trip and wouldn't be back for a week or two. He said that he sent the package directly to my house, but to call him if there were any delivery issues. The estimated arrival date was 3 weeks from that time anyways, and I figured he would be back by then. That way, we could experience unboxing them and me struggling to put them in together. He did find the website and pay for them after all. 2 days later, I was surprised when I opened my front door to get the mail and saw a package at my front door. I quickly got the mail and took the package inside. I remember thinking, these couldn't be the contacts. It was way too early. But I grabbed a box cutter from the kitchen and I started to slice open the package. There they were. The bright green contacts that had a slight blue fade were in that little box. They were beautiful. And I know I told Jeremy that I would wait, but I was too excited. I took them out of the box and soaked them in the contact solution that came with the package. I looked in the mirror at my dark brown eyes while the contact sat in the solution. I smiled at the fact that my eyes were about to be a completely different color, even if it was only temporarily. I always wanted brighter eyes. I had never put in contacts before, so I expected it to be quite tricky for my first try. To my surprise, I put both of them in with quite ease. It's safe to say that I gave myself a pat on the back. I was thoroughly impressed. It was like I had been doing this all of my life. They slid right into place and didn't budge or slide at all. After looking in the mirror for who knows how long, I decided to call Jeremy and tell him about it. He didn't answer. I figured he was probably working and he would eventually call me back. When he didn't pick up, I looked back into the mirror, stunned by my new eye color, and I started taking pictures to update my social platforms. We can say my self-esteem skyrocketed. When I was done obsessing over my new contacts, I decided that I should probably make dinner. I lived by myself and I always made way too much food. I'd used the leftovers for lunch, so it never really went to waste. That night, I decided to make a whole lasagna. It was one of my favorite meals and I figured that I could give some to my elderly neighbor as well. I put a pot of water on the stove to bring it to a boil, and as I was pulling out the noodles, something caught my eye. It was like a quick shadow flew by my peripheral vision. I stopped and looked around, but I saw nothing. I remember thinking it was strange, but not uncommon. I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. I finished prepping and I lined the cooked noodles on a sheet of aluminum foil. I opened up a package of raw meat to cook in an already hot pan, and as I went to open the meat, I glanced over at the noodles, and this time I was looking straight at them, and a wave of horror washed over my face. The noodles had turned into maggots. They were squirming all over the aluminum foil, and I watched as some of them wiggled themselves off of the counter. Each time one hit the ground, I flinched, and they were big. They were about as big as the top part of a pointer finger. I grabbed the broom and the garbage can, and I swept them all into the garbage. I took it outside to the garbage bin immediately. After that, I had completely lost my appetite. I decided that I needed to take a bath to try to calm down and recollect my thoughts. I made some tea, lit some candles, and filled the bathtub. I slowly got into the bath as the hot water touched my skin. It was quiet and peaceful. I finally had the time to think. I closed my eyes and let my head rest against the back of the tub. What just happened? I'm definitely not seeing things. Those maggots were real. How in the world did my freshly boiled noodles turn into maggots? It doesn't make any sense. I whispered my thoughts aloud. When I opened my eyes to gaze at the relaxing setup that I had put together, I jumped out of the water. The bath water was a deep shade of red now, and every candle I had lit had went out. I quickly wrapped myself in a towel and turned the main light on. The candles weren't lit, but the water was clear again. I didn't care. I wasn't going back in there. I dried myself off and put on fresh clothes. I went back into the bathroom to brush my teeth and hair before bed. I turned on the sink and grabbed my toothbrush. But right before I start brushing my teeth, I looked up into the mirror and I felt a knot form in my stomach. I was holding the toothbrush in my mouth, but my reflection wasn't. I watched my reflection sway back and forth, and the closer I leaned in, the farther my reflection would back up. It giggled as I watched my own reflection tear out my eyeballs. My reflection's eyes were dangling so low that they touched its mouth. It licked one of the eyeballs, and one of the contacts flipped on its tongue. It started to chew it like it was food. Each chew sounded like broken pieces of plastic. Watching blood start to fall from my reflection's eyes, I couldn't take it anymore. I washed out my mouth and I ran back into my bedroom. I sat down at my vanity and tried to take out the contacts without looking into the mirror. I thought they would be easy to remove since they were so easy to put in. I was wrong. No matter what I did, they wouldn't budge. Not even a little bit. I tried pinching it, moving it, pushing and sliding it. Nothing. After 30 minutes of nothing but severely irritating my eye, I gave up. I straightened my neck from my bent-over position, and I looked in my vanity mirror. My reflection was laughing at me. I covered all the mirrors in my house until I could figure out some way to get these things out of my eyes. They were a pretty natural color, so if I went out in public, nobody would even notice that I had contacts stuck in my eyes. I was also skeptical to call a doctor at that time, considering I received these contacts from the dark web. I decided to try and rationalize things. I realized I sure didn't want to sleep with them in, so I'd have to stay awake as long as possible until I found a solution. I went into my living room to watch TV. It was the only place in my house where I couldn't see myself in some way. And my house looked slightly abandoned. I had blankets draped over anything that could cause a reflection. I leaned forward to grab the remote which had fallen on the floor, and upon picking it up, I felt a sharp pain throughout my entire hand. I immediately dropped the remote and looked at my aching palm. Every inch of my hand was riddled in cuts. I watched the blood drip from my hand and onto the floor. I looked down to find the remote on the ground still. The button stuck out and came to a sharp point. They were sharper than any newly opened razor. I kicked the remote as hard as I could, and I heard it crash against the wall and hit the floor. With my head and hands, I heard the television turn on. It was playing a show that I couldn't recognize. I lifted my head and looked towards the television. It was me. I was on my own television. The quality was grainy, but I could make out what was happening. The television showed me walking across the street from the local grocery store. On my way across the road, a huge truck came at full speed, and in a blink of an eye, the truck hit me, and I watched my lifeless body drag against the sidewalk. Then it turned back off. I didn't know what to do. I was scrambling around, trying to figure something out. I ended up calling Jeremy. He seemed a bit confused, and honestly, it didn't even sound like he believed me. It's like he thought that I was joking around, and he ended up just hanging up on me, thinking that I was pranking him. When I hung up my phone, I slammed it down on the hallway floor. I have been sitting there ever since the television situation. Tears filled my eyes as I heard my phone vibrate against the wooden floor. I picked up my phone and saw it was a text message from an unknown number.
Go outside,
Is all it read. I tried calling the number back. Of course, that didn't work, considering there was no number to begin with. The caller ID just said, unknown. At this point, I was trying everything. What more did I have to lose? I walked past my kitchen and glanced over at a bowl of fruit that I kept on the counter. They were all black and rotten. I didn't stop though. I just wanted to make it to my front door. I didn't plan on actually fully going outside, but a peek wouldn't hurt. At least, that's what I thought. And before I could put my hand on the doorknob, someone started knocking.
Package delivery.
The voice was deep and foreign. I opened up my door just a tad, and there stood a delivery man. His eyes were wide, really wide. They looked dry, like he hadn't blinked in hours. He had slash wounds across his entire face and down his neck, and he was incredibly lanky and tall. He reached out his arm to hand me the package, and I realized he was missing 6 fingers. The wounds looked incredibly fresh, and blood soiled the entire box. "Just leave it there, I'll get it," I said quickly. I slammed the door in his face and locked every single door in my house that led to the outside. Once I was sure he was gone, I quickly grabbed the package and pulled it in my house. Everything around me was slowly decaying, even the people outside. I eventually made my way back to my room. My stairs were now littered with nails sticking directly upwards. I tried to avoid as many as I could, but I still stabbed the bottom of my feet multiple times. There were countless bloody holes in my feet, and I left a crimson trail wherever I walked. I walked into the bathroom that was connected to the bedroom once more. I pulled off the cover and looked at myself again. This time, my reflection was still laughing, but pieces of flesh dangled from different areas of my face. My neck was snapped, and I had a noose around my neck. My tongue salivated black-looking tar, and my eyes were now completely hollowed out. I haven't slept in 3 days. I'm afraid of going to sleep. What if I wake up and my entire house is embedded in barbed wire? What if my floor is completely made out of shards of glass? What if everything around me turns into an ultimate death trap? I am absolutely terrified. I'm not taking any chances, especially since I brought the box inside and I ended up opening it. There was another box inside, and this box was slightly cleaner, but had a message scratched along the top. It was barely legible, but it read,
Open to find out when your untimely demise will fall upon you. Clocks ticking.
Again, I had figured that I had nothing to lose, so I opened the second box. And this time, the box contained a handwritten note.
Not all eyes are meant to be a prize. The context you contain will show the other side. You can live with this vision or choose your demise. I left you a gift. Now, you can decide.
I've been sitting here for hours now, and all my food is maggot infested and moldy. I need to go to the grocery store, but I kept looking at the gift that sat below the note. I never really thought that this would be an appropriate gift for anyone, but I can't help but gaze at this already tied noose. I knew going on the dark web was a bad idea. Why I Quit My Job on the Dark Web. Story by u/forget_December. I used to work on the dark web. I won't get into how I came into this line of work. My job is simply consisted of tracking down people that I was paid to find, kidnapping them, and bringing them to a specific location. I never concerned myself with what would have happened to those people afterwards, but from what I understood, they would usually be put into the slave trade or held for ransom. And after years of doing this kind of work, I eventually became desensitized to it. To me, it was just another day at the office. The only difference was that this paid much better. I should also point out that I didn't work alone. I had a partner that helped me. For the sake of this story, I'll call him Sam. Sam and I met through the dark web forums about 3 months after I started my work. He was much more experienced in kidnapping people from the dark web than I was, having done it for several years, but as he was getting older, he realized the job was too difficult to do on his own anymore. And after talking for a while, we eventually agreed to work together. I would help him perform the tasks that were more difficult for him to do due to his age, and he would guide me along, as well as bring me along on more difficult, higher-paying jobs to reduce the risk of me screwing them up. After meeting, we quickly realized we were a good match. It only took a few weeks to get into a groove. We'd be contacted by our employers via the forums, given a target, as well as any other important information that would be crucial for the task. Sam and I would then drive his van to the location to scope it out. We'd spend whatever time we had getting any information that our employer left out, such as schedules and patterns. Then, we would decide on a date, time, and location, then secure our target and bring them to a specified drop point given to us by our employer. We would be paid and then move on to the next job. We did our job like clockwork. As horrible of a job it was, we were really good at it. We eventually got to the point where we could secure a target within a matter of days. We soon were able to live comfortably. Of course, we weren't stupid enough to grow complacent. After all, the dark web is a dangerous place for anyone who isn't careful. We were living smoothly, not really caring about the people we were hurting to do so. All we cared about was our fat wallets and nice homes. But then one day, everything came crashing down around us. Sam and I had been sent a job by an unnamed employer. They had instructed us to secure a 19-year-old male who lived in a wealthy neighborhood. This wasn't very abnormal for us. Plenty of previous employers sent us to secure wealthy targets, usually to ransom off. What was abnormal were the set of instructions that they had given us. They told us the target had no security system in his home, but we were not to take this for granted. We were to practice extreme caution and vigilance when securing the target, and we were to consider him extremely dangerous. Finally, the strangest instruction they gave us was that we were to administer carfentanil or a similar drug via tranquilizer darts before securing. It wasn't the fact that our employer wanted us to tranquilize our target that was strange. We had done it to plenty of previous targets before. What was strange was that they specifically requested that we use carfentanil. That was the type of tranquilizer that they used on elephants. Even a single dart of this stuff would be enough to kill a human. Let me make it clear that we were not hitmen. Sam and I have never killed anyone in our lives before or after taking on this line of work. We knew there was no way we could use this stuff to take our target alive. We just assumed that our employer didn't really know much about tranquilizers and just wanted to sound smart by including a specific kind. I really wish that we had just listened to their instructions. We started studying our target the day after we received our instructions. The boy was a recluse to say the least. From what we could tell, he lived in his parents' house and they were almost never home. He spent pretty much every day indoors, doing whatever he wanted to pass the time. Reading, playing video games, watching TV, Typical teenager stuff. And for the life of us, Sam and I couldn't find a single reason to consider this kid intimidating, let alone dangerous. He seemed to live an extremely sheltered life and had more than likely never been in a fight before. But we had a job to do, and we had to follow the rules that we were given the best we could. On the night that we went to extract, we parked our van just outside the kid's home. Nobody else in the neighborhood was awake, so it would be relatively simple to pull him out once we got him. Sam sat up front, while I laid in the back of the van, aiming the tranquilizer rifle through the back doors. The way the van was parked gave me a perfect vantage point to the kid's house. Also, in case you were wondering, I wasn't using carfentanil, opting to use a weaker drug that wouldn't kill a human being. I wasn't concerned about our employer being upset their instructions were followed exactly, unless they were planning on testing the kid's blood when they got him. There wasn't any way they would know. After 30 minutes of waiting, the kid appeared in the kitchen window. We weren't too far away, so the amount of detail that I could see through was very high. He had a mop of wavy blonde hair, a splash of freckles on his nose and cheeks, and piercing emerald green eyes. He was pouring himself a glass of water when I tagged him. His reaction was surprisingly tame. He jumped from surprise as the dart entered his neck. He didn't scream, and when he pulled it out, he didn't look scared or confused. If anything, he looked annoyed, as if he had just swatted a mosquito that had landed on him. Then he turned his head and looked right at me. I had been doing this job for about 4 years at this point, and I had seen some freaky shit. Sure, most of it was when I was browsing the dark web, but nevertheless, there was almost nothing that scared me. The look this kid gave me freaked me out. It's hard to describe exactly what his expression was as his eyes burned into me. But the best way that I could describe it was an expression that said, "I dare you to come for me. You won't like what will happen if you do." After that, the kid turned off the kitchen light and walked out of view. The van shook as Sam opened the door and hopped out, walking around to me. He had a body bag in one hand and a flashlight in the other. "All right, partner, you ready to do this?" he said calmly. I don't know if he saw the kid's expression or not, but if he did, he wasn't showing it. Yeah, let's go," I said, packing away the rifle and grabbing my own flashlight. "Christ, this is a nice house," Sam said absent-mindedly. "This is one lucky kid. I know it's not what we normally do, but maybe we could rob the place while we're here, yeah?" I didn't respond as we walked towards the house. I picked the lock to the back door and we stepped in quietly. All the lights were off and the place was dead silent. First, we went to the kitchen. We both knew the kid probably wouldn't be there. Tranquilizers take a while to kick in, and if he had walked away after getting tagged, he'd probably be somewhere else in the house. And we were right. The kitchen was empty, without any dishes or food on the counters, save for the half-full glass of water. We continued searching the house, but it became quickly apparent that something was wrong. No matter how hard we looked, we couldn't find the kid anywhere. He should have fallen unconscious by now, the tranquilizer having long since taken effect, but he was nowhere to be seen. "Are you sure you hit the damn kid?" Sam hissed at me after several minutes of fruitless searching. "I swear, if you screw up this job because of crappy aim, I'm gonna kill you." "I know I hit him," I snapped. I even saw him pull the dart out. Well, then where the hell is he? Sam asked. He couldn't have gotten far not with a tranquilizer in him. Our argument was cut short by a noise coming from the other side of the house. It sounded like multiple thuds in quick succession, like someone was loudly stomping around. The noise continued for a minute, moving around the house before finally stopping. Sam and I quickly split up to investigate. We weren't sure about where the noise was coming from, and we didn't want to risk our target getting away. I walked back through the kitchen to the living room, and I was about to move on to the next room when something caught my eye. On the floor was a pile of fabric. When I looked closer, I found that it was a pile of clothes. I recognized it as the clothes the kid was wearing. By the looks of it, he had stripped completely naked and left his clothes here. I had no idea why he did this. Stripping naked didn't really give you a tactical advantage when trying to escape a kidnapping. At least, not one that I could think of. Taking off your shoes could make your footsteps quieter, but taking off all your clothes wasn't really necessary. I was trying to think of a good reason for the kid stripping when my thoughts were interrupted by a blood-curdling scream coming from the other end of the house, and I instantly recognized the voice of Sam. I ran as fast as I could to where the scream came from, and when I got there, Sam was laying on the ground in the hallway. From where I was standing, I couldn't see any more than his upper torso, arms, and head. He was clinging to the wall for dear life, while something in the hallway that I couldn't see pulled and wrenched at his legs. Whatever it was strong and determined to pull Sam loose. I bolted forward, desperately trying to help my partner get free. I didn't even make it halfway before Sam lost his grip and was pulled out of sight. He was screaming and crying, begging me to save him, and when I rounded the corner, whatever had him was pulling him through the basement door. I only saw Sam for a split second before he was pulled down the stairs to the basement. I ran to the door, flicking the light switch on. Nothing happened. Someone had shut off the power to the house. I was caught between praying that this thing was alone and praying that it wasn't. If it was alone, that meant that we wouldn't have to deal with anybody or anything else. But that would also mean that it was smart enough to know to shut off the power in order to get the upper hand. I was shaken from my thoughts by the realization that Sam had stopped screaming. I seriously considered making a break for it and leaving him behind. It was easy to assume that he was dead. But even horrible people can make friends, and as much as I wanted to deny it, I had formed a bond with Sam over the years working with him, and I couldn't bring myself to leave him behind. So, scolding myself for being stupid, I made my way down the stairs. When I got to the bottom, I expected the basement to be silent, but instead, I heard a distinct crunching noise coming from the other end of the room. I tried to discern what the noise was by the sound alone, but the adrenaline pumping through me made it hard to focus. With trembling hands, I clicked on my flashlight and aimed it towards the noise. And I spent every day wishing that I had never done that. A gangly creature was hanging from an exposed bar jutting from the ceiling of the basement. It appeared human, but only barely. Its arms were too long, with nails-like claws, and its legs and feet had too many joints, which allowed it to hang upside down from the ceiling like a bat. It seemed to have skin that didn't fit its own skeleton, with some areas being stretched thin, while others were bunched up. As for the crunching noise, I found out quickly where it came from. Sam hung limply from the creature's grip. He was clearly dead, with large chunks of flesh missing. Every few moments, the creature would pull Sam's body up towards its mouth and take a large bite out of him, tearing the flesh away and chewing loudly. It didn't seem to be picky either. It ate whatever part of its mouth found, including bone. And once it realized it had a flashlight trained on it, it stopped eating Sam's corpse and looked up at me. Its face was a bloody mess. The features of its face were twisted horribly. Its jaw was so wide open, I thought it was disconnected from its skull, and its eyes lacked any sense of humanity. This thing was a monster, and I knew that it would kill me without hesitation if it got the chance. I was frozen by fear, staring at this thing when recognition suddenly struck me. The monster had horrifying creatures, but the blonde hair, freckles, and green eyes made everything fall into place. This thing was our target. It was the kid that we had been sent here to capture. His features may have been mangled and warped, but there was no denying that this monstrosity was him. I understood why the tranquilizer didn't work, and why our employer instructed us to use the drugs they wanted. Why they would want this thing alive is beyond me. I would sleep much better at night if I knew this thing was in a deep, deep grave. After what seemed like hours of unbroken eye contact, the monster screeched at me. That was enough to send me sprinting up the stairs, and I didn't stop running, didn't turn around to see if the thing was chasing me. I kept running until I got to the van, jumped in the driver's seat, and peeled off into the street. I went several miles over the speed limit, but I didn't care. I wouldn't feel safe until I was miles away from that beast. After skipping town, I emptied my savings accounts and liquidized everything I owned. After that, I went through an extensive process to erase any lingering trails. I changed my name, underwent plastic surgery, and whatever little presence that I had on the web, I thoroughly scrubbed clean. Any evidence of the man I was before was completely gone by the time that I finished. As far as anyone was concerned, I never existed until 2 months ago. I had made a promise to myself to never bring up what I saw, to bury the past as deep as it would go, but I have been plagued by nightmares ever since seeing that monster. And I thought that maybe if I warned the world of its existence, my conscience might be alleviated. I can't go into detail about where the beast is located. It's better for everyone if that is kept a secret. As for whoever it was that wanted to capture the beast, I haven't heard from them since. In all honesty, I'm actually glad that we didn't succeed in capturing it. I don't want to find out what their plans for the monster were when they got it. So, take this as a warning. People say that the dark web is full of monsters. I learned the hard way that sometimes that could be taken literally.
The dark web is not what you think it is, by user BadBunny9191. Alright, so check this out. I don't even know where to start. I can hardly think straight. I've lost all my appetite. I can't sleep, not with what I know now. I hope that anyone who sees this can learn from my mistake before it's too late. What started as a mere curiosity has ruined my life. I'm a computer science major and have loved computers from a very young age. The ability to create such powerful programs and interfaces through the mere utilization of code has always amazed and fascinated me. It's 8 p.m. I'm at the local high school. I teach an after-school intro to programming class every weekday. It's not a bad job. $15 an hour isn't too shabby, and most of the students who take my class are reasonably intelligent and disciplined. As my class was coming to a close, one of my students motioned for me to come over. He said, "Sir, what's this?" I glanced at his screen as he moved his mouse over to an application saved to his desktop entitled Tor. I said, "It's just a web browser, like Windows or Chrome, except it allows the user to search the web anonymously, and it's highly encrypted, meaning it's nearly impossible to trace or record any internet activity." He stared hard at the application for a moment, like he was pondering something. He said, "So nothing I do on Tor can be traced back to me. Could I access the deep web on something like this?" he asked. "I suppose you could access almost anything on it," I said frankly, before walking back to the front of the class. "Thank you for your time today, class. I hope you all learned something new about using JavaScript on web platforms. Tomorrow, I look forward to seeing all of your completed HTML projects. Enjoy your evening. Class is dismissed." Like every other day, I drove straight home. I watched Netflix for an hour, then I went straight to bed. Needless to say, I didn't have the greatest social life. The next day is when things started to get weird. When I showed up to class 15 minutes early to prepare, I found that same boy sitting outside, waiting. I said, "What are you doing here so early?" I was genuinely perplexed. He looked me straight in the eye, and I felt immediately that something was wrong. He said, There's something that I need to show you." I felt uneasy and confused. This behavior wasn't like him. He hardly ever talked in class, with the exception of an occasional question, much less showed any emotion. He said, "I downloaded Tor on my computer last night after I got home. I was curious and I just wanted to check it out. But when I woke up this morning, I noticed that I'd received several anonymous messages." He pulled out his phone, unlocked it, and then he handed it to me. My eyes immediately widened. "Stop now. We know who you are. We know all about you. Stop what you are doing. This is your only warning. We're watching you." There was no phone number attached. It just said private caller. I said it was probably just a prank text. "Do you think this could be related to me downloading Tor?" he asked nervously. I said, "Nah, I doubt it. The shadiest stuff that ever happens here is the buying and selling of illegal weapons, drugs, stuff like that. I've never heard of anyone getting stalked from just using it. Plus, there's no way they could get your phone number, especially when you're using an encrypted browser," I said, trying my best to sound confident. But I stopped and I asked him, "Wait, about what time did you use Tor last night?" He said it was like 9:30, right before he went to bed. And then I asked, "What time did you get those texts?" 9:41, he said, blinking slowly. "Well, I'm not gonna lie, that's really weird. Just don't use Tor tonight and then see what happens." He says, "I won't. I definitely won't. Thank you for your reassurance." He smiled genuinely and appeared to have finally calmed down. "Have a seat wherever you'd like. Class will start shortly," I said as his classmates began to fill up the classroom. The rest of the day went more or less as usual. The students presented the websites that they had created, and I assessed and critiqued them. Class ended. I went straight home as I did every other day. This night, however, I didn't watch Netflix. I downloaded Tor. I felt that I had no other choice. I had to get to the bottom of this. It was my moral duty. If anyone was qualified to research this browser, I was. I knew everything from how to encrypt my VPN from any server to computer hacking and everything in between. "Download complete," my screen read. Right before I could dive in, I felt a wave of uneasiness just hit me. As much as I hated to admit it, what happened to my student was really creepy, especially the fact that his usage of Tor and the appearance of those weird messages occurred in just a matter of minutes. I'll hold off until tomorrow, I reasoned, just to be sure. He wasn't at class the next day, or the next. I learned from the local news that he had gone missing, and he's yet to be found. It cannot be a coincidence anymore. It must be related to Tor. Before I could contact the authorities, I received a text message. It said, "We know what you know. Say a word and you're next. We are watching you."
I found out what happened to my friend on the dark web. Story by u/TheRealDeltaX. There used to be a small YouTube channel called Sam's Online Food Review. It was run by my best friend Sam Ryder. A channel full of videos that consisted of Sam eating and reviewing food and drinks before a camera. His channel garnered around 10,000 subscribers, which, although wasn't huge, it was big enough for Sam to be dedicated to it. I can recall numerous times of sitting in the passenger seat of his car, staying out of his shot, as moments prior he announced that he wanted to video himself trying something that he picked up in the store, only moving after he signed off with his signature thumbs up or down and his catchphrase, "I like it," or "I loathe it." He was liked for his very friendly attitude and happy all-around good guy persona. He was well received by his audience. Rarely were there any hate comments, and when there was, Sam would shrug them off and keep smiling. Sam was always smiling. Sam's Online Food Review went dark 7 months ago. No warning, no notice, just deactivated. I didn't hear or see from Sam despite numerous phone calls and house visits to no avail. And 6 days after his channel was deleted, I called the police to do a welfare check on Sam. I was worried that he had fallen ill or hurt himself, and the police made entry into his property and found nothing, and Sam was declared a missing person. A week after Sam was declared missing, a dog walker discovered a horrifically mutilated corpse on a railway line. The body had severe lacerations all around the head, arms, chest, and legs, and was almost cut in two across the waist. The decomposing internal organs splayed out of the gruesome V-shaped cut, and the autopsy report noted that although no direct cause of death could be confirmed, it was likely the large slit in the throat that brought on death. The autopsy also turned up questionable findings, including the body missing its stomach and heart, long strips of flesh removed off the chest, arms, and lower back, and that the body was exsanguinated. The scene wasn't remarkably bloody, yet the body was almost completely drained of blood. 2 weeks later, the police had identified the deceased. Despite the damage that had occurred to the corpse, the teeth were intact enough to get a viable reference for dental records. My worst fears for Sam were realized. It was him. The police investigated but could not find forensic evidence of any other person being on the scene. They eventually came to the conclusion that he was hit by a passing freight train. The lacerations and disembowelment attributed to being dragged under, and the missing organs explained away by being eaten by wildlife, a fox maybe. Sam's mother decided that it was best to cremate what remained of her only son. I stood next to her as the beach coffin was pulled into the large furnace, and as the door closed and the gas jets ignited with a whoosh, she broke down into tears. And so did I. I stood there sobbing for the entire 90 minutes it took for one of the people that I grew up with and shared so many memories with was vaporized. I mourned my friend and done my best to move on, and it was going well. I got distracted, got a new job, started dating a girl that I met through my work, and a few months passed, and even though I miss Sam, things were going well. Right up to the point where I was browsing Reddit at 3 a.m. that I received a Facebook message from the account of my dead friend. I froze, seeing his profile picture in the messenger bubble, a picture taken during good times. Sam's wide smile plastered on his face, and I felt a sudden chill. A profound sense of fear enveloped me. You know, the fear that makes you cold and your limbs ache as the slow drip of adrenaline spreads throughout your body. With dread, I opened the message. It was a link to a file-sharing website, and I stared at the seemingly random amalgamation of numbers and letters that made up the URL. My head racing through what the hell was on the other side of the link, and more importantly, why did my dead friend send me it? My hand, seemingly on autopilot, brought the cursor above the link. With my gut instinct screaming no, I clicked on the link. Before my finger had lifted from the click, I immediately regretted what I just did. Chrome opened a new tab to the website. The screen was gray, apart from a black rectangle in the middle of the page, which had a play button over it. I stared at it, unwilling to click. What I was scared of, I did not know. And around 10 seconds had passed. Then the screen refreshed. Instead of the play button, the rectangle had words auto-playing in 5 seconds in bright white on it. And I watched as the numbers count down, trying to understand what was going on. An abrupt buzzing noise made me jump. The video began to play, and the camera was pointed at what appeared to be a grimy white tiled surface. I could hear the sound of muffled whimpering, followed by footsteps of someone approaching the camera. There was some slight rustling noises as the camera was adjusted, and the screen blurred out as the camera was turned. And when the camera came back into focus, I let out a choked gasp. In the middle of a white tiled room, Sam lay on his back on a stainless steel table. His eyes wide in pure, unfiltered terror. The light of a single bulb hanging over the table reflected off the sheen of sweat that coated his forehead. His naked chest rising and falling rapidly in panic. He looked into the camera and attempted to yell, the noise muffled by a tight cloth gag that was bound around his head. His hands were also bound together tightly with duct tape, and I stared at the screen, feeling increasingly sick. My brain failing to grasp what was going on before I could even comprehend what was happening. The sound of Sam squirming and whimpering was interrupted by a high-pitched, "Welcome to Sam's online food review. Today, we have a special treat." The mocking tone came behind the camera. Sam's panic increased. He started jerking his body, trying to free his hands. Then the voice continued. "Today, we will try what is considered a delicacy in many countries, although usually a forbidden one, that is." The camera zoomed out slightly, and a man appeared in the frame, standing in front of Sam. He was dressed in a white coat with a red striped apron on. He wore a butcher's hat and a cloth-faced mask. In his rubber-gloved hands, he held a large red-handled butcher's scimitar, and in the other, he held a sharpening rod. The man started running the knife up and down the blade in a smooth fashion, the steel on steel making a smooth noise. Sam's panic-muffled yells growing stronger. The man placed down the sharpening rod and walked around the table. Sam turned his head and started what sounded like desperate pleading with the man. "Poor little lamb," the man cooed. "It won't hurt long, and you'll be delicious." Even from here, I could see the tears that filled my friend's eyes, and as he struggled, the man rolled Sam onto his front and pulled his head over the edge of the table. The man then walked out of the shot and returned with a metal bucket. He placed it on the floor below Sam's head, and in a swift motion, he grabbed a tuft of Sam's hair and lifted his head and started slitting his throat. Crimson burst from his neck and splashed over the bucket and onto the floor, my friend's body jerking uncontrollably as blood spewed out of his neck like a volcanic eruption. And as I watched this happen, I threw up. I fell out of my chair in horror, and I pulled myself away, not able to see anymore. I fell again by the door, the speakers of my computer loud enough to hear what sounded like slicing and grunting. I lay curled up in the corner, sobbing amidst the panic attack, and the minutes feeling like hours, and when the sound stopped, I shakily got up and walked to my computer, avoiding the pool of sick on the floor. I forced myself to look at the screen. The page had closed, and Chrome displayed the Reddit screen. The Facebook tab had one notification. I didn't want to click it, but I willed myself to. It was a message from Sam. "I like it." I found a very different doctor in the dark web. Story by u/Oren Kutuli. In retrospect, it's kinda ironic that my love for the science I chose would be my predicament. I mean, it looks unfair that my curiosity and thirst for knowledge would lead me in such a shady path. The only thing I ever wanted was to be better at my job. I am a medicine student. For as long as I can remember myself, I was fascinated by the human body. No matter how bad we treat it sometimes, it is nothing short of perfection. The structure and function of the organs, the delicate high-functioning brain, the blue snake-like veins carrying the blood into the heart to be cleaned and recycled. Simply magnificent. It was a simple choice for me. I wanted to study more about the body, learn all the details it hides, and sometimes rectify it. Now, don't get me wrong, I didn't really enjoy studying to get to medicine school. Most of the time, it was a tedious process of learning about irrelevant topics that I really didn't care about, but I managed to pull through and get into the university. There, I developed very mixed feelings. Although some lectures were diving into the secrets of what we were supposed to be learning about, most were simply stuff read from a PDF presentation by a semi-bored professor. The kind of knowledge you could acquire by reading some science magazines. Magazines that I had already read. So, most of the times, I went to the campus feeling indifferent, secretly hoping that I could get to learn something amazing like perhaps a new fun fact in the anatomy class. But that was rare. I can't say I have many friends. Come to think of it, I don't think I have any. I am friendly with all of my classmates and peers, but we really don't have anything else in common, other than we study the same subject. They didn't study the way I did. Most of them valued the prestige and paycheck that comes with being a doctor. Some truly wanted to help others in times of sickness. But no one wanted to actually learn, not the way I did. They consumed themselves in parties, drugs, and sex with each other, while I went the extra mile and studied something more than the given material every night, just to tame my lust for knowledge. I remember the day Jonathan approached me in the campus cafeteria. It was in a break between some classes that we both participated. He sat opposite to me and asked me how I was doing. We chatted a bit about everything and nothing, and mostly regarding some projects that we were working as homework at that time. I liked this guy. Jonathan wasn't the best student or the most intriguing person, but I knew he also truly loved medicine and tried his best to learn more than what the university spoon-fed us. I respected him for that, so it came as a pleasant surprise when he introduced me to a new idea. "Hey man," he said, "I know that you feel bored here. I sort of get it too sometimes." Boy, was he right. "I have found a man that really knows his stuff," he continued, and then more hesitantly. "There is a link to the dark web of a very good doctor. His methods are a bit unconventional, so he can't broadcast for the normies, but he is really skillful. I mean, at least his teaching has helped me a lot with my exams." He laughed at this, and I thought about it for a while before answering. "Sure," I said. "Let's see what this mysterious doctor has to offer." By then, I had read many books and articles already, and I would give anything to see something fresh. Jonathan smiled and gave me a note with an alleged link. "Nice, bro. If you need any help with this dark web thing, give me a call. My phone is also on that note. Would be cool to chill out in the doctor's chat room and learn from him." I didn't have to call him. I politely said goodbye as he left and resumed with my lunch. But I was curious now. I am by no means a computer guy, but I can work my way through some stuff. So, I won't bore you with the details of how I got to the site. Most of you here are familiar with this kind of stories anyway. The path is simple. You get the appropriate software to enable you to go into the deep web, and then you start searching. You have to be very specific for what you are looking for. Otherwise, you'll get lost in a mountain of cyber junk. And specific I was. I got to the link I wanted relatively fast. It was a site called Anatomy 102. It had a plain gray template and the classical ancient Greek symbol of medicine as a logo. A snake wrapping itself around a rod, although it was a little different than the usual one. The snake looked like it was biting on something, and that something sort of resembled a human skull. That looked a little peculiar. There was a camera focused on an empty white room and also a chat room. The chat room had around 50 people active, casually talking about various medicine specializations, speculating what they would learn about today. And around 10 minutes later, 2 people appeared in the room, both wearing the typical operation room uniforms, dragging a big table of surgery tools with them. One of them disappeared from the screen, and the other stood in front of the camera still wearing his mask.
Hello, my dear audience. It brings me great pleasure to see many of you here today. This is a place of learning and understanding, so I would advise all of you to pay attention and observe all the details.
I liked this intro. A true professor.
For all those who happen to be new here, let me introduce myself. I am going by the name of Dr. Mason here, but you can just address me as Doctor in the chat. Every 2 weeks we gather around here to discuss something about anatomy and how it works in practical ways.
As he finished his words, the second guy got in the frame again, this time pushing a surgery table before him. The table was full. I guess it had a dead body or a sleeping person on it. By that time, the count of the chat room read 250 online people. The other guy, also wearing a mask, took the sheet that was covering the body on the bed to reveal something that I was not prepared for. A living human, fully awake, muffled and tied on the bed with leather straps. He was a middle-aged with brown hair and very scared look in his eyes. The man was sweaty and in obvious distress, but he couldn't do much. He was tied like a piece of meat as he was.
As you may know, the doctor continued, the digestive system is one of the most important systems in the human body. It is the source of all the energy input and output of animals, and today, we'll give it a closer look.
The chat box was filled with lots of expressions of happiness, as people seemed to be content with the idea of the lesson. I, for once, felt nervous. I could never expect what followed next. The doctor started operating the man on the bed without using any anesthesia. He cut open an incision in his belly while the man's screams were drowned behind the muffler. After that, he started taking parts of the victim's intestines out and showing them on the camera, talking in detail about everything, and also applied pressure at certain points to demonstrate what he was talking about, generating huge amounts of pain for the helpless victim. During the whole process, he showed no hint of emotion. The chat was filled with questions, most of which he replied to, same way our professors talked to us back in uni. He paid extra attention to those who wanted him to experiment on the limitations of the victim. He noted that the people asking those questions had true motivation to learn and will progress in their career. After that statement, he followed through with the suggestions given to him. Blood had started to make a puddle on the floor. Every now and then the victim would faint by the sheer pain he felt, but the doctor's helper would wake him up every time. The doctor insisted that it is important for the patient to have his senses in order for us to take notes of his reactions. I was shocked, but I couldn't look away. Same thing when you see a gruesome accident on the street, and you know that if you check to see what happened, you'll feel the urge to throw up, but you still turn your head and look, your eyes thirsty for the odd and the gore. The procedure was getting more and more extreme. The incision was even bigger now, and the doctor was explaining the reflexes of the stomach while holding the actual man's organ on his hand. He applied pressure to it, and a wave of gastric fluids went through the now crying man's esophagus, choking him as he was lying face up. It didn't last much longer after this. The victim went unconscious, and it seems that even the helper couldn't bring him up anymore. After a few tries, the helper looked at the doctor and nodded. The doctor then returned his face to the camera.
All right, class. That's all I had to talk about today. Any questions?
A few messages appeared on the chat box, and he selectively answered some of them.
Unfortunately, that's all the time we had for today's class,
he said, and then continued.
Okay, who would like to volunteer for the next lesson?
The chat was suddenly silent.
Oh, come on, such a shy audience. You'll never become true scientists if you are afraid to take risk. But anyhow, most of you know the procedure. If no one volunteers, I will randomly choose someone from the chat, and by next lecture in 2 weeks' time, he will be the person in the bed leading all of you guys into enlightenment. To be honest, the patient's job is more important than mine. I am just explaining things, so he should be very proud and cherish the fact that he is actually the real teacher.
Still, silence.
Alright then, but I am not happy about that.
He went on.
Let me find someone myself.
He appeared to be searching for something on his monitor.
Username HealthyRaven96 will be with us next lesson, and I will see you all then.
Healthy Raven 96 got instantly disconnected. The others started to log out too, while some stayed to discuss the lesson. I turned off my PC. What had I just watched? This was more like a cult than a classroom. It wasn't natural to use a human guinea pig for teaching. But still, I learned so much. This person talked with so much passion for science and had a strange charisma, you may even call it charm. But no matter, I decided to never open this site again. I was not going to be participating in this illegal situation. I knew how wrong this was, but deep inside me, my everlasting thirst was still demanding more. I broke my promise 2 weeks later. It was the day of the supposed lecture, and I just couldn't take it out of my mind. I logged in for Anatomy 102 once again, and this time, a young woman was on the bed. The process was similar. Dr. Mason introduced himself and started his lesson, this time focused on the nervous system. I was hooked before I even knew it and watched the entire talk without flinching this time. Until the moment that the unlucky girl was dead and I hadn't even moved from my seat. And this became a part of my life. I was following every lecture showing 100% attendance. I watched as men, women, and some rare times even underage people were brought to their untimely death for the sake of science. I started participating actively, asking questions about amputations and tissue damage, and sometimes I was the one who suggested the craziest experiments. I wasn't addicted to the gore in particular, but it was a small price to pay for knowledge. I learned so much, for example, that the pain threshold that we are taught that the human body can withstand is bullshit. I saw with my very own eyes how much the human organism can suffer before giving up for good. That and many other things that are not to be told in this post. The months went by fast, and I kept watching the lectures. Some rare times, there was someone inspired so much from the doctor's words that he or she would volunteer for the lesson making, and all of us will sigh in relief. But those times were rare. It was mostly Russian roulette every week. I was scared, of course, but the risk was well worth the reward. At the same time, I studied even harder, completely locking myself out of the real world. I wanted to learn even more now, so much was I inspired by this masked man. Then, a day came which I never expected to come. The doctor had finished the lecture, slowly turning a man's brain into mashed potatoes, and as always, was looking for a volunteer. After the usual awkward silence, I heard something truly terrifying.
Okay then, students. Next to come here with us will be Lotus Eclipse.
My username. My stupid username, made as a pun of my favorite car. I had thought that this might happen, but never actually thought it would. The chances were always pretty low, and I was enjoying the classes way too much to stop. For the first time since that fateful day that I learned about this damn site, I called the only man that could understand me, Jonathan. He picked up the phone and we talked for a long time, and in the end we managed to formulate a solution. We spent the rest of the time until the lecture in my house. We were together all the time in order to succeed what we planned. 3 days before the lesson was to happen, we were attacked while we were in the house. I don't know how they found us, but truth be told, the doctor had never failed to locate his force volunteer. He was with his helper as I had predicted. Jonathan had a flash earlier this week and had bought a gas mask as precaution. I don't know how he foresaw that, but we were prepared for the gas that our stalkers used that night. I guess that's how the doctor managed to get his victims in the operating room in one piece every time. People perhaps were prepared for an assault, but very few had thought of that. I was lucky to have access to a gun, heirloom of my early past father, and managed to shoot the knee of the doctor before he could attack. The helper was not much of this ice-cold man that I had thought of when I watched the live streams. He was very willing to help us with whatever we wanted in exchange for his life. And after I got all the information I wanted, I shot him in the head just to take his annoying whining out of my ears. And here we are today. As I'm typing this, I hear the muffled voice of a man behind me. It was easy to get the codes for the streaming and the doctor's username and password from the crying helper pleading for his life, and so that I could continue the job and the idea he had started. I felt that he had helped me a lot during this time, and it was time for me to help others myself. With Jonathan at my side, we would venture to experiments which no one had ever dared to conduct. We would take science and medicine many steps ahead through our will to try new things. But it just felt right that I would give Dr. Mason a great gift. He always believed that the man in the bed was doing the greater sacrifice, and I wanted him to have this honor for his very last appearance in the classroom. His screams and violent shaking on the bed, though, gave a different suggestion. I guess he wasn't such a believer and a pioneer as he always thought. But no matter. The time is now for someone to take his place. Someone with vision, skills, and the cunningness. Someone like me to continue his work. So friends, I invite you all to join us. We will learn together and find answers to all the questions we still have for the human body, so that in time, we can have a perfect knowledge of medicine and its practices. Come to the stream and be part of the class as we will examine all that there is to the human organism. And feel free to ask any questions you like. My helper and I will be happy to answer them or show some real-life examples to help you understand better. Now, if you'll excuse me, the lesson is about to start. I have planned a very special lecture as a parting gift for Dr. Mason. I will see you all in class.
Don't do jobs off the deep web. Story by u/Crispy Christopher. This all started a week ago when I lost my job and was running behind on bills. I lived in a simple house, and that job was all that held my life together. After a night of drinking and watching TV, I started looking for a new job. Most of them looked boring, just 9-to-5 office jobs, but one caught my eye. It was an ad on the side of the screen that read, "High-paying jobs for hire. This isn't just your normal 9-to-5 job." In desperation, I clicked on the shady ad. Slowly but surely, a new website loads, with multiple links to different jobs with different descriptions. Deep web jobs. House sitting, $100 per shift. Stay in a camera room, watch all the rooms, keep the house safe. Rules in link. Seems easy, I thought to myself. God, do I regret that. crop harvest, $150 per field. Harvest a field of corn. Tools are provided. Rules in link. Reading down all the jobs, the house sitting seemed the easiest, so I clicked on the link, eager for the $100. On the screen, a sign-up sheet popped up, asking for my email. I typed it in quickly and was met with a message. We hope to see you soon. Satisfied with that, I hopped in bed and turned off the lights. I start to drift off when I hear a buzz from my phone. Irritated, I get up and check my phone. A new email? I thought to myself. I clicked on the notification. Your application has been accepted. Thank you for applying to the house sitting job. You will stay at the house from 12 a.m. until 4 a.m., and you must follow these rules. Your money will arrive at 6 a.m. after your shift. Always, no matter what you hear or see, stay in the camera room. Either don't bring your phone, or if you do not turn it on, even if you get a notification. I will not email you during your shift. Make sure to bring something that can play music fairly loudly. Arrive at 12 or a little before 12. If you arrive past 12, do not enter the house and send me an email. From 12 to 1, you're allowed to roam the house, but make sure to be in the upstairs camera room by 1. Turn all the lights off, lock the doors, and close the blinds. From 1 until 2, watch the cameras. If you see a man in the living room watching TV, turn that camera off until you hear the TV turn off from downstairs. Ignore any sounds that you hear around the house. If you feel anything touch you, stop moving and close your eyes until the feeling goes away. From 2 until 3, open the blinds in the camera room. If you hear a voice from the window, do not look at them. The conversation will be normal, and once they say goodbye, it's safe to close the blinds. This event can happen any time in the hour. If you see a woman cooking in the kitchen, you have a blue button on your desk that turns on a loud sound in the kitchen. Press and hold that button until the woman disappears. From 3 until 3:33, turn on your music device as loud as possible. Cover your ears, close your eyes, and ignore any sounds or movement around you. If the music stops, make any sound of your own to drown out what's happening around you. After 3:33, you are allowed to roam the house until 4. Do not leave before 4, and do not leave more than 5 minutes after 4. If any rules are not completed correctly, hide under the desk and do not move until 4. That is all. Your shift starts tomorrow night at 471 Pedersen Drive. Sincerely, Mr. Salazar. I must have read that email 10 times over, thinking this was a prank or something. No way do I actually have to follow these crazy rules, I thought to myself, entranced at how specific the rules were. I put my phone back down to charge and went to sleep, still confused by the email. All I could do the next day was think about what the email said. Man in the living room, woman in the kitchen, conversation with a person in the window. It all seemed too crazy to be true, but I couldn't help but find myself 15 minutes before 12 with an old iPod in my pocket, standing at 471 Pedersen Drive. I entered the house. It had a sort of old but still livable vibe to it. The house was dusty, but the kitchen and living room were spotless. I made my way upstairs, and at the end of a long hallway stood the camera room. It was barren and small, with nothing but a chair, a camera monitor, and a couple of windows in it. I sat down in the chair. Man, I hope this is worth it. It wasn't. Looking at the computer's clock, it's 12:03. I have 1 hour to look around the house. First, I head back to the living room, close the blinds, lock the doors, and turn the lights off. Repeat that for all of the rooms, and at 12:56 I was back to the camera room. As soon as it hit 1, I felt a sudden dread, telling me to get up and leave right now. I turned on all the cameras, and on the back of my neck, it felt as if a feather was resting on it. I froze. Keep calm, Chris, keep calm. I closed my eyes as I remembered the rules. It felt like hours, that feather tickling the back of my neck, but I held out, not moving and keeping my eyes closed. The feather went away. I opened my eyes, relieved, and heard behind me slow, coordinated footsteps. I whipped around. The footsteps went away, and a slow chuckle came from the camera speaker. The man was watching TV. The TV was lit up with some cooking show, and the man was chuckling while watching the show. I turned that camera off and hoped I'd done it fast enough. The sound from the TV echoed up the stairs, chilling me to the bone. What the hell is this place? I thought to myself, feeling queasy. And how is it only 1:20? The next 20 minutes were creepy as can be. Unknown sounds bouncing around the house, the man laughing at the TV, watching all the cameras, until the silence hit me hard. The TV had been turned off, and dread had fell upon me once again. The noise from the TV had been a constant for the past 20 minutes, but now that it was off, the silence felt threatening. I slowly turned on the camera and found the room to be empty. I sighed in relief. For what felt like an eternity, my eyes darted around the cameras, on edge, until the clock made a quiet beep, and it turned 2 a.m. I rose from my chair and opened the blinds, revealing the pitch-black lawn outside. I sat back down as the clanging of pots and pans ringed in my ears. I looked down at the blue button beside the monitor, then at the lady, now cooking black eggs in the kitchen, and I was about to press the button. "Hi, Chris." A woman's voice came from the window. I froze, gluing my eyes to the monitor, forcing myself not to look at the window. "Hi, how was your day?" My voice was shaky. It was obvious that I was scared. "I was just strolling around the neighborhood. Saw you were here and I just wanted to say hi." The window she was talking to me through was high enough up off the ground to need a large ladder to get to. "How was your day?" "My day was fine, thanks." The woman in the kitchen started to get louder. "Okay, well, I have to go. It was nice to meet you." "It was nice to meet you too." "Bye." I wanted to get up. I wanted to just close the blinds and never hear her voice again. But something just told me that I should not get up. "Wow, you're a smart one. I thought that would get you. Maybe next time. Goodbye." I waited a few seconds. The last thing I want to see was the face of that lady talking to me. So I waited until I was sure she wasn't there anymore, then closed the blinds. Once that ordeal was over, I realized that the lady in the kitchen was gone, even though I never pressed the button Oh no, 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 I thought. I'd broken one of the rules, and it was only 2:30. Now, I'm sitting under the desk, typing this out on my iPod. And there's a lady with a ragged apron on, walking in circles around the room. I'm scared to make any noise, so please, if you see an ad for dark web jobs, don't click it. Update. It's 4:30 now. I made it out of the house and I'm safe. My left leg is hurt a little, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me tell you what happened. The lady from the kitchen walked around the room, making soft groans and drooling everywhere. I kept as silent as I could. Freezing time, she turned in my direction. A small beep came from on the desk, notifying me that it had turned 3. The lady in my room melted into the floorboards, screaming a scream of the utmost agony and pain. What I was supposed to do at this point was turn on the music on my iPod, close my eyes and cover my ears, but hiding under the desk, I didn't know if I still had to do that. I waited and waited, and silence was all I could find, until the walls and the floors of the house started to contort. The house shifted and moved into what looked like faces popping out of the walls. The only description of the sound I can think of is a scream of terror itself. I couldn't take it anymore. My mind told me to get up, to run, to get out as fast as I could. But I knew I couldn't. I closed my eyes and turned the music on. The screams were drowned out, and it seemed almost calming. But in the back of my mind, I knew what was happening around me. The music blared loudly. My eyes stayed glued shut. Then the music turned off. I opened my eyes, and the house was normal again. Shakily, I stood up and looked at the clock. 3:34. I got back under the desk and lay there, terrified. But nothing happened. I was sitting there for 35 minutes until the final beep from the clock came, telling me I could finally leave. I got up, walked down the hallway, down the stairs to the front door, and finally, the sweet, cool air of the night hit my face, and in that moment, I felt a relief that was almost euphoric. I walked home and picked up my phone, but when I went to email Mr. Salazar, his email was gone. The website was gone. There was no trace of him at all. I tried to fall asleep, but I couldn't get the faces out of my head. The look they had can't be explained. I don't know if I'm going to get my money, but at this point, I don't care. I just want to never go back to that house again. Update. It's 6 o'clock now. A package somehow appeared at my door, and inside was $80 and a letter. The letter is as follows. You can't escape. Hello again, Chris. I see that you showed up for your shift this morning. I appreciate that. But during your shift, you broke one of the rules. I'm pretty sure you're already aware, but I can tell you don't want to go back. Most people don't. And I'm here to say you can't escape. By entering that house, you pretty much signed your soul away. No matter what you do, you'll always be at that house by 12. That is all. Sincerely, Mr. Salazar. My sleep last night was horrible. I couldn't stop thinking about what happened on my first shift. The whole day, I stayed in bed, terrified for midnight to come. But it had to come eventually. 11:57, I begged that nothing would happen to me. 11:58, I put my iPod in the trash. 11:59. I lay in bed and close my eyes. I feel pressure on my feet, and my soft bed disappears from under me. I open my eyes and find myself inside that cursed house again, with my iPod and a printed paper of the rules in my hands. What? How is this possible? I think to myself. I ran to the door, slamming my fists against it, wanting any way out, but to no avail. I couldn't leave. I defeatedly walked up the stairs and sat in the camera room chair. I sat there, crying for an hour, until 1 o'clock came. And with it came the man laughing at the TV. I turned the camera off and continued to sob, not caring about the sounds around me. But then I felt a hand wrap around my neck. I froze, closed my eyes, tried to control myself. The grip closed tighter and tighter until I could barely breathe. Then it finally left me alone. I gasped for air and grabbed the printed paper of rules given to me at the start of my shift. I looked at the printed sheet of rules, and at the bottom was a handwritten message from Mr. Salazar himself. Good luck. I looked back up at the cameras and composed myself. Okay, Chris, you can do this. You've already been here once. Pull it together. I listened. Not hearing the TV anymore, I turned the camera on, and the clock let out a small beep. It had turned 2 o'clock. I pushed up to open the blinds, but hesitated. Did I really want to talk to her again? Regardless, I pushed the thought away and opened the blinds to be met with a face that only insane people would call a woman. It looked as if she hadn't eaten once in her life. Her skin looked like it was airtight to her bones. She had no meat on her body. Her smile was literally ear to ear. Parts of her skin sagged down at least 2 feet, and her eye sockets had large, black, bloodshot eyes with tiny, beady yellow pupils. Hello again, Chris. I closed the blinds as quickly as I could, and I went to hide under the desk. But the desk is just a block. No space to hide under. I don't know what to do. I hear slow footsteps coming up the stairs. Oh God. The doorknob is turning. The door is locked. Oh, thank God I remembered to lock it. She's screeching from behind the door. She's slamming her hands on it. It's only a matter of time until she breaks the whole door down. What do I do?
I took a job that required me to visit a dark web training site. I think it's a human trafficking front. Story by U/David Fueling. I thought it was strange when my new job as a live cargo handler required me to download Tor and visit a site only hosted on the dark web. I should have stopped right there, but the money tempted me too much. Their company never gave me an actual business name. They only said that they were an international courier service with many local branches worldwide. The onion address they sent me pushed the download invitation to my computer. I accepted and opened the small file that arrived a few seconds later. The Tor link doesn't work anymore, but I still have the text, and I am sharing it here so that there will be a clue if I go missing. Introduction to Animal Fright Psychology. Congratulations and welcome. As our new live cargo handler, it's important that you have a strong understanding of basic animal psychology. identification and treatment of early neurosis in our fright helps us deliver happy and healthy products to our clients. For this reason, it's important to always keep an eye out for problems that may be developing. Through this training, we will provide fun and useful tips on how live fright is moved successfully to consumers worldwide. Study this text carefully. As a cargo handler, you are responsible for reducing disruptions and maintaining a safe environment for our workers, including you. Career tip number 1. Did you know that dogs can develop OCD-like symptoms in response to laser and light play? Although a laser pointer will be provided to exercise our feline stock, you should never use these devices to interact with canines. Nervous and unpredictable dogs sell for much less, and you may be charged for unnecessary damage to our merchandise. As a cargo handler, you will be required to ensure good health and cooperative behavior from all freight. This involves feeding, washing, and occasionally the administration of sedatives and sleep agents. You will be issued tranquilizers and further instructions on their usage at the warehouse site. Career tip number 2. Sham dust bathing is a behavior in birds that are suffering from anxiety. Avian merchandise that appears to be dust bathing without the presence of dirt or sand needs to be monitored closely. These fright items may begin to pluck their own feathers if their stress is not resolved. Likewise, horses that are observed to be engaged in stable vices, like kicking at stable walls, lignophagia, cribbing, and etc., should be logged and reported to your supervisor immediately. Our worldwide clientele demands total discretion and privacy. Under no circumstances are you permitted to discuss the details of your work with non-employees. This rule is strictly enforced, so be sure to follow it. We will not be held responsible if anything happens to you or your friends and loved ones in the event a leaked trade secret is traced back to you. Career tip number 3. Large hominids like gorillas, chimpanzees, and etc. are incredibly strong. In case of interaction, do not attempt to force or overpower one. Great apes sometimes interpret eye contact and bared teeth as aggressive displays. So, avoid these while working inside relevant cargo sectors. Verbal hominids may try to negotiate with you, offer you money, or manipulate you emotionally. They are also capable of advanced planning and may attempt suicide if allowed to do so. Verbal hominids are our most expensive and profitable merchandise items. As a security measure, employees who fail to maintain control over hominid merchandise will be liquidated and/or added to our stock of living fright. Career tip number 4. Many new cargo handlers struggle with verbal hominid control. All lockup and restraint procedures must be followed fully. If a verbal hominid in transit attempts to engage you in conversation, do not respond. Reiterate to the product that it is no longer a person, and that cooperation will greatly increase its odds of survival during the delivery process. No on-site questions about our verbal hominids will be answered, so do not ask. As a friendly reminder, we will be sending a worker shuttle to your home address tomorrow at 7 a.m. EST. Wear comfortable, closed-toed shoes and be ready with a pair of heavy working gloves. Congratulations again on your new career as a live cargo handler. Perform tasks as instructed, and you will get paid and be allowed to return home. That was everything it said. When I first downloaded the file, a blocked number called my phone until I picked up. An automated voice warned me not to share what I downloaded with anyone. When I'd finally scrolled to the bottom and clicked done with my training, my computer suddenly froze, then restarted without me telling it to. It's lucky that I copied the text and sent it to my phone before that happened, because now my computer refuses to boot its operating system. I can't get it out of the BIOS menu. Did they wipe my computer to destroy the file copy that I downloaded from them? I've battled with myself about whether or not to share this information with anyone, but I've decided enough is enough. I tried the police, but they won't take it seriously because the link that I was given now returns nothing. And even if they did believe me, what could they realistically do before the shuttle comes to collect me tomorrow morning? I keep thinking about the training tech's final warning. So long as I do what they tell me, they claim that I'll be paid and allowed to leave. Now that they know where to find me, do I really have any other option left? I'm caught in a dark web challenge and need help. Story by you/Monsters in My Mind. There's a crossroad before me, and none of the avenues are appealing. Either one will lead to life-changing events. Indecision will definitely be worse than any of the options. However, it is an opportunity to earn a substantial amount of money. I'm talking somewhere in the ballpark of 7 figures. Could be that it ends up ruining everything that I've ever worked for, though. And now, I've been given a small window of time here to reach out and seek advice as to what I should do. But first, let me explain the situation. I was on the deep web a few days ago. No, not doing anything illegal. I frequently go there to read articles and news stories from highly censored countries. I'm a musician, you see, and these stories give me material. I'd like to think of myself as a voice for the underrepresented and the oppressed, shedding a light on those that can't make their situation known. I made a comment on an article that I was reading, then went to look at some other stuff, but I came back to that article because there was something there that stuck with me. I noticed that my comment had gotten a reply. The reply was fairly poignant and it moved me, so I responded. Then the other person replied and we started a pretty in-depth conversation for a while, which is rare online, especially when you're completely anonymous. We finished our talk and we were saying our goodbyes when he posted something that made my blood run cold. It was only a few words, but it was enough to scare me. He posted, "Good night, Stephen." He knew my name, but I never told him my name. There was about 6 layers of security on my computer, and they somehow still found out my name. Not only was there the protection that the Tor server offered, but I had firewalls, VPN, and an encryption board. Could have been a lucky guess, but the fact that my webcam was on when I hadn't turned it on myself told me that that wasn't the case. Cold sweat drenched my body as I ripped the power cord to my computer tower out of the wall. Hold on, you might say to yourself. You weren't in any shady sites, you didn't go to some weird place with cryptic messages, or find an active camera with some guy in a crazy mask. How could this happen? Well, let me tell you. The whole deep web isn't some crazy place. Even Facebook has a community there. It's like a big city. Most of the time, if you stay on the main roads, you're fine. Don't go down any dark alleys looking for trouble, and you won't find any. Sometimes though, trouble finds you. My hope was that it was only some teen in their mom's basement that happened to be really good at hacking, and they were trying to troll me or something. You know, get a rise out of me, spook me. Well, it worked. I barely slept at all that night, knowing that some stranger out there may have access information on me that I wouldn't want them to know. But finally, after repeating the little story to myself about it being a teenager, I was able to fall asleep. The next day was Saturday. My fiancé was out of town and I didn't have anything major planned. So, when I woke up, I did my usual. I put together and submitted my grocery list for the week on my smart fridge, set up my next week of appointments on Alexa, and checked my phone for any messages that I might have missed. I then headed off to take a shower. I planned on booting up my laptop later to see if there had been any suspicious activity on my bank account or anywhere else that I could think of. I got into the shower, started doing my thing, was washing my hair when all of a sudden, a scalding, burning pain shot up my whole body. It was the most intense sensation believable. It felt like fire was coming straight out of my shower head, and I jumped through the shower curtain and out of the tub without thinking. I got caught up in the plastic part and fell face first onto the bathroom floor, nearly breaking my nose. When I got untangled, the steam was thick enough that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. It was difficult to breathe with such superheated air, but I managed to open the door and let the steam out before turning off the water. Red splotches covered my entire back. I'm pretty sure blisters were already forming. My phone dinged. It was the ring app alerting me that someone was at the front door. The repairman was already here. My water heater had notified the company that there was a problem. There wasn't time to think that it was odd that my water heater app hadn't told me that something was wrong earlier. Searing pain muddled my thought process, and I was relieved that someone was here to deal with the situation. Quickly, I threw on some pants and hurried to let the repairman in. I showed him to the heater, then left to treat my burn. While slipping my shirt on, the ring app dinged again. This time, it was the grocery deliverer. I told her to come in and that I'd be down in a second. And by the time that I was ready, the delivery girl had brought everything in and was waiting by the door for me to sign off. I gave her a little hello, then complimented her on her nail polish. Not something that I would usually do, but it was a crazy design, kind of a heart with wings on it and a nice green color. After a fast signature, off she went. And while she was backing down the driveway, it dawned on me. The sign on the side of her van wasn't my usual delivery service. I ran to the kitchen and I couldn't believe my eyes. There must have been 500 pineapples all over the place. The receipt she left had the number for the delivery service, which I called immediately. We argued for a good 10 minutes, but there was nothing they would do for me. They couldn't take back fresh produce once the delivery person was gone. And I was stuck with all that fruit and the bill. My head was still reeling when the repairman came back up. He told me that there had been a software issue, but he reinstalled it and everything seemed fine. He left after I paid him for the service call. By then, my head was hurting from all the problems and I went into my living room and slumped onto the couch, trying to make sense of what had just happened. When I remembered that it would be a good idea to go and check my laptop. "Alexa," I said, somewhat jokingly, "remind me to shoot myself later." A male voice came through the speakers, which made me jump with a start. "That won't be necessary, mate. We're just playing a little game, a bit of sport if you will." "Who the hell is this?" I asked. "You will never know who this is, but after our conversation last night, I could tell that you're a smart man, just the type we want for our challenges." I couldn't tell if this was some weird practical joke or what. The man's accent was impossible to place. It sounded like someone faking it to hide who he really was. But all I knew is that he didn't sound like anyone that I have ever known. "I'm not playing any games. I'm calling the police." "No, you won't. Your phone now has that feature disabled," the man said. Then the sound of all my windows and doors locking echoed in my ears. "You gotta love all these new smart devices. Convenient that at the push of a button, you can know that you are secure. Or someone else can make sure of that for you." "I'll unplug you," I said, and yanked out the power cord for Alexa. Then I went and turned off my router. My fingers flew in a desperate fury trying to regain access to my phone when my ring-up alerted me that someone was at my door. I went to check, but no one was there. The same man's voice came through my phone. "Look, mate, it doesn't matter what you do. We have everything accessed through a hotspot. You really should stay with a repairman when he works on your things. Don't blame him though. He was just playing the part in his own little game, same as the delivery girl. Speaking of which, right about now, you should hear a ticking sound. I'll give you a hint. It's in your kitchen, and you got about 5 minutes to find it, or you'll learn the real definition of the term, pineapple grenade." In a flash, I bolted to the kitchen and started to chuck pineapples left and right in the hopes that one of them would feel different. 1 minute has passed, the man said over my phone. I didn't know what I was looking for, but I hoped that I would know when I saw it. 2 minutes gone, he said again. Sweat stung my eyes as I realized that I was looking through ones that were already checked. From then on, I threw the ones that were inspected out into the living room. 3 minutes is done, he said. Hands were raw and hurt from the prickly parts of the pineapples, and my arms grew tired from throwing them. Perspiration poured down my face as my heart beat irregularly fast. Fear grabbed a hold of me. It's in the top 10 scariest moments of my life, which at that moment depended on me recognizing anything out of the ordinary. 4 minutes have passed, he said. This is impossible. They all look the same, I said, hands trembling and tears welling in my eyes. I never said it was a pineapple, only pineapple grenade, the man told me. That's when I finally stopped and began to listen. The ticking sound wasn't coming from any of the fruit. My ears focused in on a sound from a nearby kitchen cabinet. A speedy once over revealed that there were no wires or electrical devices on the outside. As far as I could tell, there was no trap as I opened the cupboard. Inside was a recording device set on a timer. The ticking sound had only been a recording, and in anger, I grabbed the recorder and threw it on the ground. A sense of relief washed over me as it smashed into pieces, and laughter erupted from my phone. Not only one guy, but a whole group of people could be heard. Guys, girls, and possibly a donkey. Not really sure, but the laugh was just awful. See, mate, it's all in good fun. Just play along with us and you'll be rewarded. Don't, and well, let's say things won't end well for you. What kind of reward? I ask. Money. Lots and lots of money if you play your cards right. If you don't, then everything ends. That proposition definitely had me intrigued. Maybe I'd be able to pay off my student and credit card debt, get a nicer place, and finally afford to marry my girl. So far, the game didn't seem too bad. Also, it didn't seem like I had a choice, knowing that they had been in my house, hijacked all my electronics, and were somehow watching me and had me a bit jarred to say the least. After the first event, it didn't really seem like anything was all too dangerous. If anything, it felt like an impromptu episode of a television show. Something along the lines of Fear Factor or one of those survival shows, you know. So I agreed to join in. The first real test begins now. According to your fridge, you have some lemon juice in there. You also have some salt in the cupboard. Now, there's two choices. You can either squirt lemon juice in your eye or snort a line of salt. $25 on the salt, I heard a different voice say. 50 on the lemon juice, came a female's voice. They were betting on me. It was a little weird to hear a bunch of different people egging me on ways to hurt myself, but in the end, I chose the lemon juice. Cheers and boos erupted over my phone as pain coursed through my eye. Foot stomping, head holding eye-gouging pain. And it took a bit of time to recover from. But eventually, the irritation subsided and then we went on. While we have been talking, there's been a delivery, the man said. I want you to go out and get the packages. We'll unlock the door for you now. I did what he said and went to retrieve 2 packages from my stoop. He told me to open them, and inside both boxes was a snake. Judging by their attitude, neither was happy where they were. Inside one box is a cottonmouth snake. Inside the other one is a northern water snake. One is deadly venomous, the other is not. You'll need to stick your hand in there because there's something important inside for the next task. You gotta be kidding me. I'm not sticking my hand in there. Think about the money, mate. Don't worry. By the time you're done, there will be an anti-venom outside of your door. We aren't savages, it's just for sport. The pain will be unbelievable though. But what's a little pain? The man asked as other voices rose in chant of, Do it. Do it. A look in both boxes revealed a wrench in each one. That was what I had to get, I suppose. It was hard to tell the snakes apart. Each one looked identical to the other. A couple of deep breaths, and I threw my hand in. Sharp needles pierced my skin and a burn raged up in my arm. My fingers found a steel at the bottom of the box and I quickly yanked it out. The snake was stuck to my hand and came out with it. Legs turned to jelly at the sight of having been bit, and a fast snap down of my hand sent the snake back into the box before I collapsed on the floor. Not sure if I passed out, but things went out of focus for a minute before I came back around. Steven! Steven, you're a madman. Most people quit right there, but not you. I know you had it in you. Anti-venom. I need the anti-venom, I said. Relax, Stevie boy. Neither of those snakes were venomous. You'll probably have a scar, but that's about it. You're sick. You're all sick. You sit there and bet on my suffering. I told them. Come down, Stevie. It's all in good fun. All in good fun. The bets are how you make your money. I could have died. But you didn't. I'm done. I quit. This is too much mental anguish. You're a bunch of sadists. No. You don't quit now. You already agreed to play in one sin. There is no backing out. The voice said. You're in too deep to back out now. We have good money riding on you. The lock on the door slid back and closed with a pop. What's stopping me from breaking the glass and just getting out a window? I asked. Benny, what are the odds that he makes it out through a window before the sniper gets him? A red dot magically appeared on the carpet about a foot in front of me and slowly traveled up my body. About 100 to 1 in the books. Huge payout if he's successful, but it's unlikely. Benny replied. Yeah, so you know, you could try, but it doesn't look good for you, mate. The man said. See, we have 2 different types of games here. You're on the extreme challenge, since I like you so much. The other 2 are on the pranks challenge. You'll make more money than them, but the difficulty is much, much higher. I put you here because I knew you were a smart guy. I had heard one time something about cooking a frog, to put it in cold water and gradually raise the temperature. If you put it in boiling water, it would immediately jump out. Put it in cold water and raise the temperature slowly to a boil, and it will sit there till it dies. It seemed like I was the frog and the water was boiling now, and I'd have to jump out, but the lid had been super glued on. So here's the deal, mate. You make it for 3 days and we leave you alone. You fail to comply or don't finish the task, and you die. Oh, and at the end we give you a portion of the earnings for a job well done. Don't let your phone die either, or that's an automatic termination. We need that to keep in contact with you. How wonderful, I answered. From here on out, the challenges increase. By this time, you may smell something similar to rotten eggs. That would be a gas leak. Also, I've taken the liberty to turn on your oven. You need to find the leak and stop it before your house goes kaboom. As an added bonus, we will be playing the national anthem of the USSR over your speakers for the next 24 hours. Comrade Pashkov paid extra for that, so that's non-negotiable. He's a sadistic bastard. I ran downstairs as quickly as I could, while Russian voices sang to the motherland. The fumes down there were so strong that my head quickly began to ache. I searched the furnace, since that was where the gas came in from. There was no visible leak, and by this time, my vision was beginning to blur, and my thoughts became sluggish. It felt like forever, but in actuality, it was probably less than 5 minutes when I found a spray bottle labeled soap water at the bottom of the stairs. It took a bit of my adult brain to clue into what I could use it for. Then, once I realized it must have been left by the repair guy, I took it and started to spray all the gas lines to look for bubbles. I finally found a loose connection and began to tighten it with my hands, but that wasn't doing much. Like lightning, the thought of the wrench upstairs sprung into my head as I used that to tighten the connection and closed off the leak. Sprays around the rest of the pipes gave me no more bubbles, so I went back upstairs to find my phone. You were slow. That's going to be a low payout, but at least you did it. You'll find 2 windows have been unlocked. You have permission to open them to air the place out. I threw open the windows, then stuck my head out and vomited all over the side of the house. For a second, I thought about screaming for help. Then, I saw the red dot on the side of my house and thought better of it. Once recovered, they gave me similar tasks like the one that I had just done. Seems the repair guy had been busy in the short time that he was in the place. Then again, if the pressure was on him was anything like it was on me, I would have been fast too. It was like 18 hours of running around and finding traps that they had set up all over the place, all while the USSR national anthem blared on repeat. I'd get scored on how difficult the task was and how quickly I accomplished it. At 2 a.m, they told me to go to my room to get some rest, but I couldn't sleep a wink with that dreadful song playing. I remember to charge my phone at least, and the next morning when I came downstairs, the whole place had been rearranged. It didn't even look like my house anymore. Welcome to day 2, and do we have a treat for you? You'll notice that things are a bit different. We had some interior decorators come in to spruce the place up. There are trip wires and booby traps that you'll have to get around now. First task is simple. Make it to the other end of your house. On the banister, you'll find a set of wire cutters. Good luck. At least by this time, the anthem had stopped playing. Still, with no sleep for the last 24 hours, the task was more than difficult. Once or twice while walking, I felt the pull of a wire string and stopped just before I tripped it. It took 4 hours for me to make it to the other side. You have no idea what that does to your nerves. My hands were visibly shaking. If I had anything in my stomach, I probably would have chucked that up as well. Once again, they gave me more tasks. Some had time limits on them and were made more difficult because I had to search every door and hallway that I went down for tripwires. I did trip one in the hallway and a large spike dropped from the ceiling just inches from me. Another of the challenges was to find my laptop and get online. They had put it in the middle of my backyard. Sounds easy, but it wasn't. For some people, that might have given them a chance to signal someone for help, but I, on the other hand, had a tall security fence around the yard. No one could see in and no one could see out. Landmines had been placed in places which I had to avoid. One trap caught me by surprise when I stepped on a trigger plate. A 16-penny nail was driven through my foot by a nail gun in a bush. I wanted to curl up from the pain, but I couldn't let myself fall for fear of setting off something worse. Finally, I did find my laptop and was able to take it inside. They gave me a deep web address to get on, which I did, and at first, there was nothing there. It was hard to tell what I was looking at. The screen was all black. Then a single light turned on, and I was seeing a room somewhere. It was dark and empty, except for a chair that had someone tied to it with a burlap sack over their head. Instantly, I recognized them. On their hand, they had painted nails, some sort of heart with wings on it and a bright green color, and I let out a gasp. "So, you recognize her," the voice said. "You've seen those fingernails before." "Yesterday, she was the delivery girl," I said. "She failed in one of her tasks. Good news though, you can redeem her." The man paused, and I could hear some whispering in the background. Right then, he continued. "The votes are in. You get the riddle." "The riddle? That's it?" I didn't tell them that I was good with riddles. Being a strong writer, I've always had a way with words. Answer all of them correctly, and she walks out unharmed. Get it wrong or not in the time limit, and she loses her finger. Here is the riddle. Which of these words does not belong in the group, and why? Corset, coster, escort, sector, and courts. You have 30 seconds to answer. Fortunately, I was at my kitchen counter and had a pen and memo pad handy. I wrote the words down in fury and looked at each one to think about them. It came to me almost immediately. Courts doesn't belong. The other words are anagrams. Next riddle, same time limit. This time, if you get it wrong, she'll lose her forearm. Here is the riddle. My tongue is long, my breath is strong, and yet I breed no strife. My voice you hear both far and near, yet I have no life. What am I? I thought about it. My mind drew blanks every time I thought that I might have something. The sound of a clock ticking came over the phone. This frustrated me even more, and the pressure built until I thought my head was going to explode. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. With that, a hand reached out of the darkness and grabbed her by the arm. Silver flashed across the screen, and with a sickening thump, her forearm was lopped off and fell to the floor. Blood spurted out for about a foot and covered everything in its path with a bright red, and vomit rose to the back of my throat, but I managed to force it down again. Are we done? Can she go now? Hasn't she earned her freedom? We are not done yet. One more riddle. Big money riding on this one, Stevie boy. And her life. A tourniquet was applied to her stump to stop the bleeding. Then the large silver blade came out of the darkness one more time and was placed gently on her neck. She recoiled from the feeling of cold steel on her skin, but despite her efforts, she couldn't get away. Last riddle. It can't be seen, it can't be felt, it can be heard, and can't be smelt. It lies behind the stars and under the hills, and empty holes it fills. It comes first and follows after, ends life and kills laughter. What is it? Shaken from the last failure, there wasn't much that I could think of. No, please, no, don't do this to me. Don't do this to her. She doesn't deserve this. Let her go and I'll play along for an extra day. Can't do that, mate. That's not the rules. You each have your own game to play. She's playing hers right now, and so are you. I couldn't give up. I had to keep thinking of what the answer could be. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. I don't know from what corner of my mind the answer came from, but with 1 second left, I blurted out the first word that came to me. Darkness. The answer is darkness. 1, the man said. The knife pulled back like it was going to swing, hesitated for a moment, and then disappeared into the black recesses of the room. We have a winner. The voice came through loud and clear. My knees gave way as I dropped to the ground crying, and I could hear the woman in the room crying as well. Thank you. Thank you, she said in between sobs. The camera feed was cut, and I was left there hoping that they kept their word and let her go. You are to retire to your room for the rest of the night. Tomorrow is the final day, and we have a big surprise for you." In the night, sometimes, I thought about running. Death would have been better than this, but there was still a good chance of making out of this. The chances of outrunning a sniper bullet didn't appeal to me. 100 to 1, they said, were the odds. Those words rang in my mind whenever I thought about escape. In the silence of my room, with nothing to occupy my thoughts except to recap the last few days, I was frequently one step away from a complete mental breakdown. Instead, sleep eventually took me. The next morning, I woke to my phone alarm going off. They must have set it for me when I was asleep. And groggily, I went to turn off the alarm, only to notice that the battery was at 1%. In all the chaos of what had happened yesterday, I must have forgotten to plug it in. In the rush to find my charge cord, my phone died. A bullet tore through my window while I hurriedly plugged in the charger. Another round came in through the wall as my cell booted up. Then, a third and a fourth one left holes in the wall next to me. Funny thing was that I didn't hear a report from the rifle that was being used. Whether they had some kind of silencer on it or what, I don't know. Finally, it booted up and my Ring app activated. Thought we had lost you there for a second. It would have been a pity since you've made it this far. Only one challenge today and then we're done. But it will be the toughest one yet. My mind reeled in what this could all entail. One single challenge, but like I said, the hardest one that you've faced so far. Do this and you make over $8 million untraceable in an offshore bank account. The account number will be texted to you as soon as you are done. Don't do this, and remember those pineapples? Well, they were really grenades, all set to explode and send you to Kingdom Come. What do I have to do? $8 million was way more than I expected. Still, my stomach sank with the prospect. I had overcome so much already, and I really didn't know what else they could send my way. There was a sneaking suspicion that I wouldn't like it though. The sniper is gone, so you could run, but be warned, if you do, the bombs will go. Can you make it far enough away to be safe? Probably not. On the other hand, pardon the pun, he said. You'll get that joke in a minute. On the other hand, downstairs, you'll find a very keen meat cleaver, sharp enough to cut something in one blow, and a cutting board. Also, well, I want you to see it so you can fully understand. Go downstairs now. When I got downstairs, the whole place had been put back the way it was. It looked like nothing had ever happened. The pineapples were spaced out evenly through the house to make sure that there was nowhere to hide. Then, when I reached the kitchen, I saw the biggest and worst surprise of all. The scream died in my throat, then turned to tears of rage. In the corner, tied up and gagged, was my fiancé. We saw in your schedule that Monday morning is breakfast with a to-be masseuse. What a wonderful way to start the week. We had our men greet her at the door for you. She is unharmed, mostly, but I suspect very confused and shocked by these turn of events. I was talking about that cleaver. What we want you to do is decide whether to take your hand or hers. It will be your right hand or her left one. Absolutely not, I said. There was an audible click and all the pineapples had flashing lights coming from under their skin. We understand this is a big decision. We'll give you some time to think about it. How does 40 minutes sound? At that time, if you haven't come to a decision, we blow the pineapples up along with you and your woman. We'll even give you the opportunity to get advice as to what you should do. Don't try to call the cops, or boom. We'll see police coming to your house, also boom. You could try answers or some kind of app or site. The choice is yours. Remember, 40 minutes or boom. And that brings us to what I need help with and why I'm talking to you right now. I'm standing here, meat cleaver in hand, and I got one question for you. I could try to run, but honestly, I don't think I'd make it. My right hand is important to my work and livelihood. Music is my life, and without it, I don't know what I would do. Go insane, I guess. Of course, they'd make me take my fiancé's left hand. That way, I won't be able to put a wedding ring on her finger. I don't think she'll be happy with me for choosing my music over her hand either. Music is my life, but she is my world. How could I even think about hurting her? But how could I live without making music again? So help me out here. Give me ideas or something to go on. My brain isn't working right now. What should I do? Update. Sorry, it has taken me so long to do this. I've been recovering in the hospital and quite frankly, would like to put this whole mess behind me. This will be the only update as I would like to forget the whole ordeal happened. As far as people asking for a part 2, I'm not sure how that would be possible. I haven't heard from the group of people since I took my hand. And yes, I decided to take my own hand. Someone on here reminded me that I could still make music without it, although the feel of plucking guitar strings would forever be missed. But this is just the start of a new chapter in my life, I suppose. Computerized music creation has come a long way, and there are instruments that I could play with one hand. I can still write lyrics and tunes. My wife, yes, we got married in the hospital as soon as we could. Something about realizing how short life can be. She doesn't blame me for what happened, and the money did come in as was promised. It will pay for a very nice honeymoon, plus a house and a new recording studio. The rest will be donated to charities for those that I sing about. So, what happened was that I read some of your responses, then realized that it wasn't even a question of what to do. It took more than one stroke to cut the hand off, and I was about to faint the whole time. In fact, I did, once the job was done. The people that I had been talking to had paramedics there to help me. I don't think I would have made it otherwise, with my wife having been tied up and me passed out. These people were the weirdest people that I've ever met. They tortured me, yet still made sure that I would live. It's the strangest mix of compassion and sadism that I have ever seen. Granted, that I've never really seen anything like this before. I hope this brings some closure to everyone that has followed my story. And I'm sorry, there isn't really more to tell and I don't feel like going into any more detail. I have a plane to catch now. Again, thank you for all your input. I'm glad that I didn't harm my wife, and all I could say is that my house will not have any smart devices in it ever again. Take care. My son was involved in a suicide game on the dark web. Story by u/Creeper Street. My son, Thomas, never had a shortage of friends. Always the class clown, always the likable, relatable, funny goof that he was. He passed away 2 months ago He jumped off an overpass and landed on his neck. He was 17, and I am writing this for him because he wanted me to. I know a lot of you know about the internet and the dark web and all of that. The thing is, I didn't. And maybe if I had, my son would still be alive. So please, stay off the dark web. The game is called Veritatem Dicere, and I'm an American English speaker, but I believe that it means something along the lines of tell the truth in Latin. I only began to notice things after his last few months. Troubles at school, which he never had. He sat behind a girl in his class and cut a chunk of her hair off her head. He was suspended. I would look through the history on his computer to find violent videos, people being murdered and sodomized, video after video, white powder substance all over his room, salt lining his windows. We took him to a dentist because of an infection on one side of his mouth. The dentist examined him and pulled me aside to let me know that my son had pulled out and crushed 3 teeth in his mouth himself. The last straw was when I caught him in the bathroom about 2 months before he died. He was carving some sort of symbol into his arm on a live stream. I figured his odd behavior must be a cry for help, thinking maybe he was depressed or suicidal. He was hospitalized for a week and then released. And 2 weeks later, my son died. A month before my son died, every person in my family received an email, and each one read, "Ask Thomas about the little girl who died down the street. Ask him what he knows. Make him tell the truth." The email came from an anonymous sender, and when confronted with it, Thomas began to get nervous and visibly sick. "Who sent it, Thomas? I want to know. If this is some sick prank to scare your little sister, it's not funny." I leaned against the counter and crossed my arms. The email pulled up on the laptop in front of my son. He kept his head low, avoiding eye contact with me, staring at his fingers in his lap. "I don't know what it is, Mom. Probably some spam email or something," he muttered, almost looking up at me, but quickly averting his gaze. "A spam email that happens to have your name in it and information on the crime committed down the street a few weeks ago? I don't think so." I glanced at the screen for a moment. "So, do you know something you're not telling your father and I about this?" I said, looking back at him again. "No." Tears welled up in his eyes as he stared at the computer screen. "I don't know anything." "What is going on with you, Thomas? This is so unlike you. Please, if you're not okay, please just tell us. We want to help you. We want our Tom back." I put my hand on his, but he pulled away quickly and wiped his eyes quicker. "I don't know anything, Mom. I already told you. I'm fine." He got up abruptly and started towards the doorway. Now, I could feel the tears begin to form in my eyes as I saw him walk away. My son was almost unrecognizable. He was skin and bones, purple bags under his eyes like he hadn't slept in days. His clothes hung and bagged on him as I saw him walk to the door. "I love you," I squeaked out. He stopped for a moment and looked back at me, and I swear to God, I'd never seen more pain in someone's eyes than I saw in his in that moment. He let a tear fall as he turned away again. He's back to me now. "I love you, Mama." he croaked out before exiting the room quickly. He began to look worse as time went on. Thin, frail, tired, fatigued, and my husband and I found therapists, took him to doctors, pulled him out of school, and did everything we thought was right leading up to my son's suicide. About a week after his death, I felt like half of me was missing. I couldn't move or talk or get out of my bed, and I didn't. All I could do was think about Thomas, and the guilt ate me alive. I knew my email had to be overflowing with emails from clients at work, and I knew that I'd have to get back to work soon. For me, for my husband, for my daughter. 2 weeks later, I finally checked it, and at the very top of my inbox was an email with an anonymous sender and no subject. I began to tear up, wishing whoever it was would just leave me alone and let me grieve. But curiosity got the better of me, and I opened it. I wish I hadn't. The email was nothing but 9 black words that read,
"He did it, and the game is not over."
I got too comfortable on the dark web, a story that changed my life. Written by u/Belta Bonsai. I got too comfortable on the dark web. This is a story that changed my life. Browsing the dark web is simple. Download Tor browser and do as you please, which is what I did. I was with my friend at that time, and that's where you become reckless. We were up late that night, past midnight, and we were watching scary dark web experiences on YouTube. Little did we know, this led us to a horrific experience, one that we would never forget. "Damn, this is creepy," Daniel said. "Well, you know what this means. We're gonna try it for ourselves," I stated. What a bad decision looking back. What a bad decision indeed. I proceeded to download Tor, a 5-minute wait, and it was downloaded and we were set to go. Instantly I searched dark web red rooms, but nothing too bad came up. I continued to do this for the next few weeks, nothing strange except gore and porn, which was nothing compared to the terrors that we heard about on YouTube. And so, I dug deeper and deeper into this hidden side of the internet, and each time that I succeeded, I became more confident. Now, moving on to the night of the incident, I was at a sleepover with my friend Daniel. Remember him from the start? Yeah, so we searched dark web chat sites, and there we found it. Chat for free, online deep web chatting site. And so I said, "Great, let's look at this then." What a big mistake. Daniel was wary before we clicked on it, and I don't blame him now that I'm looking back at it. But I was overconfident. The reason for me being like that was because during my time on the darker side of the internet, I didn't see anything bad. "Are you sure that it's safe, Mike?" And I replied with, "Yeah, totally. What's the worst that could happen?" And then I clicked. Bang! I was hit with several pop-up ads instantly, and my computer started running slow. But my computer was pretty old, so I thought that that's the worst that could happen. Once I had cleared all of the stupid ads, I met a page saying, "Welcome to chat for free. Click start when you're ready." The loading circle on the screen lasted for quite a while until we met our first user. "You and Sam both look hockey," was written at the top. Our camera was on, but Sam's was not, and all we could see was a blank screen, so we skipped off him. But you need to remember his username, Sam the Man 666, and we'll get to that later. On our Chat for Free website, we met a couple of nude guys like usual, and a lot of blank screens. Our second time with Sam the Man 666 concluded of an empty room. His camera was on, but no one was there. Then, the chat box said, "Sam is typing." "Hey," showed up in the chat box. "What should I say, Dan?" I exclaimed. Dan seemed to be shaking quite a bit. He seemed in no mood to answer my question. "Hi," I wrote, low-key hoping for no response. "Sam is typing" appeared once again. "Where do you live?" Sam wrote. That shook both of us, so I just clicked off the website and cleared all search history immediately. So then we fell asleep. We both lingered awake for a while thinking about Sam and who he really is, but eventually we both fell asleep, leaving the computer facing us. Bad idea. 3:20 a.m. I wake up. The computer is on with Chat for Free open, but the website screen seemed darker and more unnerving. I immediately woke Daniel up, and we were frozen with fear. As I slowly get closer to the computer, I see that we are in a chat with Sam the Man 666, but his face cam is, well, strange. His face cam is us sitting in the chair, but of course it wasn't us. His face cam showed us both smiling, but I did not remember Dan smiling nor me. Then a deep male voice spoke out. It spoke our address, the number, the lane, and I don't want to state the country. We were more paralyzed than ever, sitting and trembling in fear, and I didn't have the power in me to do anything about it. It was like a nightmare. But sadly, it wasn't. On Sam's face cam showed a shadow of a man behind us. I'd have to say above 6 foot for sure, but I can't quite remember. As the man gradually came closer behind us in his face cam, a weapon became visible. As he got closer, his weapon raised, as me and Dan sat smiling still. That smile was like something that I've never seen before. The man swung the weapon at my neck, chopping it away. It was absolutely horrific. I felt like throwing up, and the adrenaline made me spring up and snap the computer in half. I was that adrenaline-filled that it broke like butter. My heart racing, and I put my hand on my head in fear. And Dan was pale white and still like a corpse. I proceeded to stomp on the computer until it was completely in bits. I started crying. Do you blame me? Still to this day, I dread thinking about anything on the deep web, especially that incident. Just a reminder, this was 3 years ago, and me and Dan haven't spoken in about 6 months or so because of the pandemic. But we rarely talk about the incident anymore. I have no plausible explanation for what happened with a face cam and all of that, but I like to forget about it now. One thing I have learned from this is to never go on the dark web. You don't know who is watching you. I bought a glass eye off the dark web. I can now see things. I see things no human being should ever see. Written by Rob Byford. I lost my left eye when I was only 7 years old. It was a stupid way to lose an eye, but luckily, most people tend not to ask how I lost it. I think the majority worry it might be insensitive. It's not a story I like to tell, Not because it's upsetting or brings back bad memories. I just feel embarrassed by it. Growing up, my brother and I were obsessed with Robin Hood, the outlaw of Sherwood Forest, who would take from the rich and give to the poor. I'm not going to pretend this heroic savior of the poor was our hero because of his good deeds. We simply liked him because of his legendary skill with a bow and arrow. Our father, a keen gardener, had lots of bamboo sticks all piled up beside the shed, which he would tie plants to in order to stop them from drooping when they grew. It was my brother's idea to take one and attach a length of string to both ends to create a bow. I thought he was an absolute genius, and when we had finished making the bow, we made an arrow, simply by using a handsaw to carve a small groove into one end of an arrow-sized piece of bamboo, which would act as a nest for the string to sit. "I'm first," my brother said. "No," I cried. "It was my idea, so I get to shoot first." And that was that. At one end of the garden, there was a little wall which surrounded one of my father's flower patches. Upon the wall, we placed an empty plastic bottle to be used as our target. My brother, of course, then took the first turn, missing wildly and falling far short of the bottle on the wall. Next, it was my go, and I also missed. It took about an hour before we had both knocked the bottle off the wall once. "Right, now you stand in the middle, and I'll shoot over your head at the target." Another genius idea by my brother. I didn't argue. I thought it was a cool thing to do, and if it did, then my brother would have to let me have a go shooting over him. I don't believe he meant to do it. It was just a careless accident, but the arrow never made it past my body. It struck me hard and deep in my left eye. Straight away, blood poured down my cheek and I screamed in agony. I spent a couple of days in the hospital before the doctors decided that they would have to remove what was left of my left eye. And until I was 12, I wore an eye patch. But when I moved into secondary school, I decided to get my first glass eye to try and put an end to the pirate jokes. It might sound weird, but I loved my glass eye, and by the time that I was 16 and leaving school, I had collected dozens, all different colors and designs. My missing eye stopped being something that I tried to hide and in a strange way became my kind of signature. Kids would say, "Have you seen the boy with a spiral in his eye?" Or, "Have you seen the lad with an eye like a cat?" I enjoyed this. It allowed me to embrace my injury and make it a part of my identity. I carried on collecting glass eyes for many years, always on the lookout for new designs or something different to what I already had. And when I was 25, I discovered the dark web. A friend from my Dungeons and Dragons club told me about he had used to buy some sort of hallucinogenic. I didn't plan on using the dark web for anything like that. I was just intrigued by the idea of it. And once I was on, I started looking for stores. It was amazing and disgusting. People selling guns, drugs, services, and even other people. It made me feel a little bit ill, knowing that I was now part of this strange illicit world. I went on to one store page, which called itself Mr. Bubble's Objects of Trouble, which was the first store that I had come across which had a search bar. So I thought, hell, let's see if they have any. I typed in the words, glass eye. I didn't expect anything to come up, and I was rather surprised when a match popped up on my screen. The item was called the Sight of Sin, which was simply a black eye with a small red number 7 on it. It pulled at my fancy, so I decided to buy it. I didn't truly expect it to show up. But 1 week later, a package arrived, and there it was. As customary with all my new eyes, I washed the eye in a solution to make sure it was clean. When washed, I put it in a case with the rest of my eyes and went back to watching television. The next morning when I woke up, I thought that I'd test out the new eye to see if it was a good fit, to check how comfortable it was. It went in with ease and felt absolutely perfect, so I decided to leave it in for the rest of the day. Nothing strange happened at first. It was just my usual daily routine of having breakfast and doing some work on my laptop. But then, the doorbell rang. As I opened the door, I immediately knew something wasn't right. I had double vision all of a sudden. There was only one man standing on my front doorstep trying to sell me some solar panels. But I could see him twice. One image of him was completely ordinary. Just the bloke dressed up in a suit, holding a brochure and telling me about how he can save me money on my electricity bill. But the other image, well, it was him, but dressed up in a gimp suit, cracking a whip against the floor lustfully. I don't think I said a word to him. I just stared transfixed by what I was seeing. Eventually, I closed the door and stood there for a moment, trying to understand what had just happened. I passed it off at that time as just my mind playing tricks on me, and that I must be overtired. So I decided to have a nap. I was woken by a telephone call from my father asking if I was still coming to his house for dinner. I looked at the time and realized that I was running late, so I grabbed my coat and flew out the door. On my way to my father's house, which is just a 10-minute walk down the road from mine, I walked past just one person, a lady, walking her dog. But again, I was seeing double. In one image, she was completely ordinary. Apart from being overweight, she was wearing a pink coat, and beside her, a dog trotted along minding its own business. But in another part of my vision, I could see her again, completely naked, eating tinned dog food with a fork. Jellied meat dripped down onto her breast, which she licked ravenously. I was almost sick. I thought about just going home and going back to bed, still trying to convince myself that I was simply tired from working. But my father missed not having me at home, and I didn't want to let him down. Though now, I wish I did. Now, what happened next won't make much sense unless I explain something. When I was 2 years old, my mother died. I say died. She was killed whilst walking home from work one night on this very estate. Nobody has ever been caught in relation to her murder. But now, I know exactly who took my mother from me. My father opened the door with a large grin on his face. "Come in, son," he said cheerily, but I did not move. Besides the image of my father standing in the doorway, was another vision of him holding a knife and laying beneath him on the floor was my mother, soaked in blood, eyes vacant and still. I took a step back from my father and did not stop running until I had reached the front door of my house. Straight away, I went onto the dark web and searched for Mr. Bubble's store. But it had gone. Vanished, like it had never been there. I didn't leave my house for a few days. I didn't answer the door. I didn't even pick up the phone. What I did was sit by the window, looking out onto the street, watching the people walking past. I think I know what I'm seeing now. It makes a little sense, but it's the only thing that I can think of which almost explains what I'm seeing. Firstly, when I remove the glass eye, I no longer see two images of everyone. I only see one, just like I always have. But when the eye is in, I see two visions of every person I look at in the flesh. Secondly, I think I know what I'm seeing. I am seeing their sins. I know that sounds utterly mad, but it's the only thing all this seems to point to. The name of the glass eye, the red number 7, the grotesque and disturbing images I see. I believe it's their sins that I am seeing with my new eye. I see the true hideous nature of people, the part of themselves they hide from everyone else. I know I could just take the eye out and forget about it. But I just can't bring myself to do this. I can't trust anybody without it. I can't see the real them. But seeing people's darkest secrets also leaves me alone. For once you see the hidden nature of someone, you never want to be close to them again. Many questions remain. Why does this eye allow me to see these things? Who made it? How did it end up in the dark web? I need to know the answer to these questions. So please, if anyone out there has any information on the eye, or if anyone else ever came across Mr. Bubble's Objects of Trouble store, then please get in touch. Please. Hello everyone, it's your creepy sister here. Thank you so much for watching the video. I really appreciate each and every one of you. But I would also like to thank my amazing patrons, my top tippers, and my dearest channel members. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it with all of my heart. If you want to support the channel further, you could also choose to become a patron, a tipper, or a channel member. But remember, it's appreciated, but never a requirement. I would also like to announce that we have merch now. The link is in the description of the video, along with all my other social media links, like my Discord server, Twitter, Instagram, and others. You can connect with me and send your stories there. And don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't yet, and comments are highly appreciated. And remember, your fear feeds me.